morning, everyone, and welcome to the final day of the GovTech Week, International GovTech Day. Our goal today is to bring together global GovTech community to discuss the progress of GovTech over the last years. How do you build GovTech ecosystems in your country? How did the startups do in the face of crisis? What kind of solutions they have created? These and other questions will be addressed throughout the day. Today, we will have slightly different structure than previous days. We will have a keynote, 2 discussions, and 3 showrooms full of global startups and their solutions. You can check the full program at govtechweek.com. Although most of the questions for the panel discussions have been already gathered from a wide range of stakeholders, please use the chat to network with other individuals joining the conference. So, let's dive in. Over the last years, GovTech surged from a niche market and local meetups of tech activists to a global phenomenon increasingly embraced by tech startups, accelerators, and policymakers alike. Please welcome Daniel Korski, co-founder and CEO of Public, to talk about how has the GovTech community changed over the last years.
Hi everyone, it's so great to be with you at the start of GovTech Week, hosted by the Lithuanian GovTech Lab. It's so exciting that all of us have been able to come together in order to discuss how technology can transform public services, an absolutely critical agenda. All of us here today know the extraordinary potential that lies in the application of new and innovative technologies to old public policy problems. And we have seen over the course of the COVID crisis how technology can play such an important role, not just in testing and tracking those who are ill, but also in helping society cope with some of the challenges of remote working. Now, none of this has come out of thin air. Over the last couple of years, and in Public's case for 4.5 years, we have, along with you, have all been pushing very hard for governments at central and local level to appreciate the enormous potential there is in working with new technologies, and in particular, in our view, working with startups. And I really want to thank all of you for being part of a community that has lifted the understanding of what is possible, an appreciation of the concept of GovTech from its sort of obscure and humble beginnings to what it is today. It's really thanks to you and the work that you do every day that people are now thinking of GovTech as a category of work and as a category of investment in a way that they just weren't years ago when we at Public began talking about GovTech, picking up from some of our American friends who had begun popularizing the concept in the Silicon Valley. Now, at the same time, we've got to be honest with ourselves. Over the last couple of years, we've seen enormous transformation in the way technology has changed other parts of our economy, our society, from insurance to retail to travel. And yet public services have really been far too slow to transform in the way that we've seen the transformation take place in other sectors. And there are some very simple reasons for that, reasons that you will be very familiar with. It's more difficult to sell into the public sector. There's a much greater risk averseness. Frankly, also digital skills up and down the public sector, it remains too low for people to really understand what it is that technology can do. And also, at the highest political levels, there is still a reluctance and a lack of understanding, maybe even a skepticism, and increasingly maybe a fear of what technology can do for public services, or indeed can do wrongly, or perhaps even inappropriately and illegally. So some of these obstacles have really stood in the way of technology transforming public services in a way that we know that they can, in a way that we know that they can make public services more productive, smarter, more citizen-centric, rather than created, as it were, for the sake of the state. Now, the good news is, as all of you will know, and as many of you have contributed to, there are lots of great steps being taken in order to change that dynamic. We have seen the transformation of purchasing across a number of different countries. of course, I'm most familiar with the G-Cloud market in the UK, but we've seen in a number of other countries, whether from India or the US or Australia or Estonia, Lithuania, a willingness to buy in a fundamentally different way, in a way that allows new and innovative companies a greater chance to show their wares. And at the same time, there's an increased interest in upskilling public servants, not in learning how to code, but in appreciating what technology can and perhaps what technology cannot do, so that a different kind of dialogue can take place with the market. So a lot of great things are happening, many of which you are contributing to. At the same time, I think we should be honest with ourselves. The crisis that we've just gone through has shown the enormous value of technology for healthcare, for education, for helping the economy operate in a sustainable, if remote, fashion, helping welfare distribution, helping tax authorities engage both with citizens and companies. But it's also shown some of the real obstacles that we have to fix if we really expect a massive breakthrough, and a breakthrough particularly in Europe. And what are those challenges? We should be honest, it is far too hard to sell into the public sector. It is still too easy for legacy providers and incumbents to provide just a renewal of their services rather than having a situation where new and innovative companies can offer their wares. And it's too hard once they've done that to evidence the impact of what they have achieved on behalf of public services, whether it's savings or better service. And as a result of that, it's too hard for them to scale into a much broader remit across the public sector. So we still have a problem around outsiders with new ideas being able to sell new technology and help transform public services in partnership with public officials, and then scaling those solutions. And partly because cause of that is that we still have a lack of digital skills across public services. Now, loads of you here, I would argue probably all of you here, will not fall into this category, but we are in a way the vanguard of the revolution, as Vladimir Lenin would have said, and we are all embedded in a much larger set of systems where in the main people still do not have the requisite digital skills in order to feel comfortable with what technology can offer, and that really is something that we need to go and fix. A third problem is that as an investment category, GovTech is still very much in its infancy. So we've seen a number of great successes by GovTech companies, and that of course has driven increased investment. So there's definitely a change in the market, and if you look at any numbers, we've definitely seen an exponential growth compared to 4 or 5 years ago, but it's still very nascent compared to so many other adjacent sectors, despite the fact that in this sector there is the potential for enormous transformation affecting so many lives and proper returns. So as an agenda item going forward, it's going to be absolutely critical that we look for ways to support investment into the sector. So those are some of the challenges that I hope that we can discuss at the GovTech week. On the 29th of September this year, we will be hosting our GovTech Summit online as well, and I hope to see many of you back. We would like to have hosted it in person in Paris, as we've done in previous years. That unfortunately isn't going to be possible, but who better than this community in organizing an event that's going to be online only. So I hope very much that all of you will come back on the 29th of September to continue the conversation that we've got going on. That's it for me. I wish all of you a fantastic GovTech week, and I can't wait to see and participate in some of the conversations going on.
The growth of GovTech community means increasingly more GovTech teams in the public sector. How do you set up one? Where to start and how to go about creating one? These are definitely the questions that were on our minds when we decided to create GovTech Lab in Lithuania. and they have been coming up when talking with other countries' officials. We finally have an opportunity to learn about setting up a GovTech program from the experts in the field. Let's tune in.
So, hi everyone. Thanks for joining us for the panel discussion, How to Set Up a GovTech Program. Throughout the discussion today, we'll aim to cover the main takeaways and learnings from GovTech programs from Scotland, Australia, and Poland. And joining us today are three distinguished guests and experts. So we have Justyna Orlowska, Director of GovTech Polska and Prime Minister's High Representative for Government Technology.
Hello.
We have Andrew Neer, Public Sector Innovation Manager at Department of Premier and Cabinet of Victoria, Australia. And we have Mark Elliott, Program Director at CivTech Scotland.
Hi there.
So let's start with how your teams and programs begun. And Justyna, could you tell us how did you decide that the GovTech team is what's needed for the Polish government, and what was your motivation behind setting up such team?
Thank you, Arun. Thank you for a warm introduction. Already it's 3 years ago, and I am so happy to be here and still having GovTech. So it turned out that it is possible and it is safe for government and for all the public servants to run GovTech. And because at the beginning, all the time I was asked, Justyna, you wanted to do procurement for startups, really? And it was like the most repeatable question at the beginning. And with what we started? We started with hackathons. So it was back in Ministry of Finance, because our boss used to be the Minister of Finance and Economic Development, and his main goal was to tackle the problem of VAT frauds. That is why if you hear frauds, then you can think about at the moment about data. A lot of data that you need to gather, you need to analyze, and then you think about data scientists and startups that can do that. And the first thing we made up with was, we are the Ministry of Finance, so it's difficult to touch the topic of procurement because we are not responsible for that. But we can do easily run hackathons like other institutions, either public or private. That is why we started. We have organized hackathon, and it turned out that only during 24 hours, those programmers that were attending this hackathon brought to the public sector 80 drop of VAT fraud because of their solution, because of their idea. Of course, there was a need to further go into this solution and to expand it. But those ideas that appeared during only 24-hour hackathon brought to the public sector such great results. And it was a pure of luck, we can say, because our boss was promoted to the prime minister, and because of that, we started thinking about something more horizontal and more, and then we were enough lucky to touch procurement. And that is why we started. It was already in 2018. And after half a year attending to the public procurement office, we managed to get interpretation of the law in the public procurement directive, European directive, that it turned out to be there from 2004, but nobody in Europe touched this in the direction of IT and technology, because it was written that it is especially good for architecture. So if it is especially good, then for nothing else. And that is why we got this interpretation that, okay, if it is good for in architecture, so also it can be good for IT, technology, software, which is also which involves also our sort of architecture. And it is a contest design which we are promoting in our public sector. And but it was, like I said, 2018, and today we have 2020. So now we are more like, of course, we do have this this department for contest design, but also we are, as we can say, inside government consulting tech company. But or startup, still we are not so big, but already we have more than 2 years, so maybe not. So we run consultancy for other ministries, other public sector organizations, also for municipalities and local governments if they approached us to help them to implement innovation, to implement technology. If the result of the consultancy is, for example, run contest design, then we are till the end with them. Like we are also supporting running this contest designs. But sometimes it can be anything. We can, for example, show them the already existing solution, already existing startups, and already it is our success that we were able to help them, to inform them, to inspire them that it is possible solution to their challenge, their problem.
Thanks, Justina. That's very extensive overview of how you started and actually how much you grew over the last 2 years, and we'll come back to the specifics around where the GovTech team could sit and what kind of function this could do. But Mark, you were one of the first ones, I think, in Europe and in the world as well to kind of set up the what you call a CivTech program. Could you tell us a bit more as well how you started? How this idea came to your team's head and how it was developed?
Yeah, well, to start off with, it wasn't a team at all. We were a group of disparate individuals who were coming up with the same kind of riff, the same kind of idea. And I'm going back to 2014. Formally, we started looking at it in 2015. I came up to Scotland in about 2014, having run a very successful regeneration project down in England, where we'd done the first ever genuine tech accelerator based on the Silicon Valley model back in 2009 when accelerators were really young. And I came up wondering and just almost by the by, I was wondering why was it that the biggest sector in the world had not adopted the systems that had disrupted just about everything else, and disrupted it, and adopted it for good, hopefully. But at the same time, other people were thinking other things. That people were asking, is the procurement system that we use fit for this modern, tech world? And I think that echoes something that Justina was saying. And then at the same time, we were asking ourselves, and we got together because there was sort of a common group of people. We kind of knew each other from the past, and we started saying that actually the essential problem is, how do you procure what you don't know exists? And the whole procurement system, certainly in the UK, is all about discovering a problem, putting a solution together, and then going and getting somebody to quote on it. And of course, the problem with that is that you're quite often not expert in the area you're trying to find a solution for. And it seemed kind of mad that say maybe even 10 people in a room would come up with a solution, when in fact you've got 6 million people in Scotland who might be able to come up with a better one. So how would we be able to open it up? And then the final bit of it was, there's an ambition by the Scottish Government to get SMEs far more engaged in public procurement, and public procurement is can be a really difficult one for an SME, and I come from the SME world, so I kind of know that territory really well. And it was a confluence of those things that we said, okay, maybe we could put all these together in some kind of process, this pipeline that we now call the innovation flow, and that's how it came about. It was a group of like-minded people who came together, realized there was an opportunity, and it was an experiment. And the first time we started, the first statement we said is, most of this is going to fail, and that as in the nature of true innovation. The truth of the matter is, it didn't fail, and here we are, 4 innovation flows and the 5th one going through at the moment. That's my answer to how we started.
That's all sounds very exciting, and looking back now, it kind of seems, very rational. Of course, this is what we need to do, but I guess, at that time, when you don't really have a lot of examples elsewhere, how did you convince, and was there, how much convincing there had to be done to the stakeholders? Because it's still, you still need to convince someone to kind of set this up in the public sector.
Okay, so it took over 6 months to get the first 6 challenges through. And that was with just 3 what we call challenge sponsors, public sector organisations that have problems they'd like solved. We call them challenge sponsors. And we only got 3. But as it happens, they had two challenges each. So we ended up with 6 to start off with. 6 months. We did 10, and we could have put 12 into this latest CivTech 5. We did that in 6 weeks. So yeah, I have some really dogged and determined colleagues, people like Alexander Holt, who just didn't take no for an answer, basically. It was just really hard work. But then most sales and marketing at a startup is really hard work. So we were expecting it. It was just hard work and finding. I think Alexander and Rui, who was with him at the time, did something like 300 meetings with various potential challenge sponsors before they find the 3 that would go for it. And then you show people that it works, and maybe they come on board a bit quicker.
And I guess with every new this kind of team, it makes it slightly easier for them because you already have some evidence. Like for us, at least, that was definitely easier when we had both Scotland and Polish examples to kind of prove our case to our government. And Andrew, as if I remember correctly, we heard that when you were setting up the team, the CivTech team was kind of taken a lot as an example, and you learned a lot from the CivTech team. Could you tell us how you started, and then what were kind of the main arguments to put forward such a program in Australia?
I guess we were pretty lucky because our minister, who had carriage for public sector reform, went on a European trip and ended up in CivTech's office in Edinburgh. And it was through a kind of visit where he travelled around Europe and sort of came back and said, look, we're doing most things that everyone else is doing. There's this one thing that I really liked and it stood out. Let's get in touch with them. And I think a short time later, Alexander Holt was on his way to Melbourne, and I think he was on his way to Sydney, and I shoehorned him to come down to Melbourne, and we got together and had a few conversations, and before we knew it, we were setting up a version of CivTech in Victoria. We sort of had an easy run though, because we had a lot of history of running public sector innovation funds, and these kind of tech innovation funds, which got small to medium enterprises and other organisations, research organisations, universities, not-for-profits. We had a lot of kind of experience in giving people grants to kind of do this work. Then, quite fortunately, we just come off another collaboration with Nesta, the UK's Innovation Foundation, around, I guess, the kind of mindset you needed for public sector problem solving, and this kind of holding a problem mindset. And that conversation, combined with some work the government had done around the kind of inadequacies of procurement, which Justina touched on, especially around things that don't exist in the market, so pre-commercial or innovation procurement. It was just a perfect storm for us to set up the Civic Labs initiative, and we had a very kind of passionate partner in an organisation called Launch Vic, which is Victoria's startup body. So Melbourne and Victoria has a really vibrant startup community. So we took a bit of a focus on bringing startups into the program and addressing this mismatch in startups and government not being able to procure. So, it was through that sort of combination of factors that led us to where we are, and we're in the midst of our third iteration right now. So yeah, it's pretty exciting.
Could you tell a bit more how the labs work, like how the program is set up, just a bit more around that kind of the way that you do things?
Yeah, it's not dissimilar to CivTech. We spend a lot of time working with government departments and agencies to find problems that solutions don't exist for, or that they've tried solutions and they're not happy with the results. And we're really trying to leverage the domain expertise of the public servants and their knowledge around that domain, and then leverage the ingenuity and tech know-how of the startups to come together, and for both parties to kind of play to their strengths. So we spend time looking for opportunities, looking for challenges that are relevant not only to our government but to governments more broadly, because then that provides a kind of an opportunity for someone to build a business around a solution for that problem. And we work experimentally and quite extensively. We sort of break some of the procurement models. We do a lot of face-to-face engagement around talking to people when it comes to selecting who we're going to work with. We use the funnel approach where we're really testing the capacity of both organisations to work together before we move them down through the program and towards that ultimate procurement solution. So classic elements, sort of a lean approach, lots of elements of co-design. What we find is that, and I'm sure my colleagues would find this as well, we're working on areas around public impact. We're working to change the lives of people. And what you find is that government and a startup or an SME, they both have this desire to create an impact. So it's a wonderful relationship where both organisations are driven by a shared outcome. And that's probably what separates it from a lot of other procurement approaches. Yes, the startup is focusing on their own sustainability and longevity, but first and foremost, they're really focused on creating an impact. And I think they're often surprised that their government stakeholders are as impassioned and as kind of driven by getting a result. So to put both of these kind of organisations together and get them to understand and walk in each other's shoes, it's a really powerful model for creating an exciting impact and outcome, and often, far more cost effectively than if we can think about the way we typically approach procurement.
Yeah, I think a lot of times some startups wouldn't even consider maybe government and that kind of as a market, and some see it as a kind of choice between like making an impact or kind of having your business and having for-profit business. And this kind of gives them an opportunity to find an area where they both can have that very, very positive impact while actually having a profitable business. And I'd like to move a bit more into the specific setup of the team, because for us, at least when we're setting it up, one of the most interesting things were actually like, where in the government would you even put this kind of team? So I'd like to start with this, Dina. You work at the kind of the central government level, and could you tell us, what's the setup? Why did you decide it? I mean, that for you, I guess that kind of was because you were working there, and that's where that opportunity came with. But what do you see as kind of the main benefits of being at that like very high level? But also, what do you see maybe are missing, or what if you're like more at the implementing agencies? What could those agencies can do better. So just kind of exploration of for the bureaucrats listening to us who need to then write the legal paper where it should actually sit. What should they think about?
Mhm. So for sure, it depends on from country to country. It differs because, for example, in the UK we have they have departments, not ministries. It's a little bit different structure of government of central government. So the first thing you need to do is to check it out where you will be heard. Where in the government it will be at the most crucial part. Why I say most crucial part? Because it is like in the private sector. When it comes to innovation, if you are going to implement innovation and changes, then it is crucial to be at the top, at the board of next to the board of directors, it can be department, it can be a person in the board of directors. That is, and for example, we can see here. Okay, so maybe it is the one of the ministers. I don't know, but it's like you need to check it out in your own place. In Poland, we do have the prime minister who is is crazy about innovation and new technologies and startups. So he is the patron. It is under his patronage this program. But at the operational level, it is department, and also we do have some structures, formal structures that are intersectional. We do have a committee, which is and there it is also prime minister, which is inter-ministerial body. And so there is no easy answer. Like, you need to verify, you need to check it out in your own country, in your own municipality, because also you can run we can see Mark and I met Alex in 2018, and also maybe off topic, but it is crucial to inspire each other. Like, it is because it is okay, good to be the first, but then the first Alex was his Alex and his team. Their role was to teach others and to tell their lessons learned to others. And also we were the team who were opened and lucky to listen this lessons learned. We do have a little bit different methodology, but it doesn't matter because the problems are the same, and those challenges that we share in the world. And we do have also Andrew, who is from Australia, and it turned out that not only in Europe we do have these problems, challenges, but also in Australia, and I am sure that in other countries too. And in order to have more easier way to run GovTech, it is crucial to identify where is the best to be heard as a GovTech, and to put the highest priority for GovTech. And in Poland, it's turned out to be the chancellor of the prime minister, and so far so good, because we are heard, and we, from this place, we can inspire other ministries, other local governments, municipalities to run innovation in their own departments and places.
Yeah, I guess the inspiration bit is definitely very, very important. For us, that was also a key, and kind of just having a conversations like these as well, and sharing the kind of all the lessons. I think a lot of people just go through that, setting up the teams, go through similar things, and that really inspires. And Mark, where was it easy for you to find that kind of stakeholder or an organization that could listen to what you were saying, and could take that on and amplify the CivTech?
Yeah, before I will answer that, but before Justina made me smile because she was talking about inspiration and things like that, and it's quite lonely being out there as the only one. And people were saying to us at one point, "Why is no one else doing this?" And of course now everybody's saying to us, "Why is everybody doing it?" It's quite a bizarre thing. But I do remember when Andrew turned up, and I think Andrew was the first person who came to visit us in a really serious manner. And he left, and Alexander turned around to me and said, "What does that teach us?" I said, "It teaches us we're not barking, we're not mad." Somebody else actually recognised what we were doing and liked the idea. But we were naturally placed. I mean, Justina by the way, everything Justina said is absolutely spot on as far as I'm concerned. And you do have to find where you sit. We fell into the digital directorate because that's where Alexander was working at the time, and that's where the then deputy director and now director of the digital directorate had latched on to this idea, and he'd heard me speak at something, and we all got together. So it's a natural place, but it's also the right place within the Scottish government in the sense that while the digital directorate does sort of vertical stuff, it's very much a T-shaped organisation. We go right across the Scottish government, and there is debate. There is debate inside the Scottish government as to whether we should be in economic, in terms of economic growth. My view is it really doesn't matter. We're going to be doing the same whatever we do. We are definitely part of government, and it gives us huge credibility with the 160 or so public sector organisations we have in Scotland. But I think we got lucky because certainly in the early days, and it's still true now, very large part of the team, and it's still a very small team. We're less than 10 people as the core team. Over half of them got private sector experience as well. I'm profoundly private sector. Alexander has had many years in the private sector. And I think it's that combination that means we can talk with authority and credibility to both markets, for want of a better phrase. And I think that was really important for us. I think, but going back to being cited within government, it's hugely beneficial. It is, despite what many people would think, a very good brand in Scotland. Scotland's got a lot of, it's quite a sort of interesting political environment, which I need to be careful about what I say because I'm a Scottish government employee, but so I have to be careful. But it is an interesting environment to work in, and it is a brand that is recognised in Scotland and generally recognised by the population of Scotland as being something that is a positive one. So it's a good place for us to be. Sometimes it can drive you mad in terms of large organisations, be they private sector or public sector, do move slowly at times. But actually, if I look back at the last 5 years, I think to myself, could we have moved any faster? Probably not.
And how do you see, I mean, you still have that kind of separateness in a way, because you are based within the start the building, and you have your kind of different space that's not just kind of a department building. And I think what do you see that why you still wanted to have that kind of separateness and a bit of an identity? What do you think that gives to the ecosystem?
So I need to be really clear about this, is that while we're not separate, we're part of a division inside the directorate, and we feel very strongly we are. And we work across those things and across the Scottish government. So we're not separate to government. But what we had to do as government is to reach out to the audiences we needed to reach out to. Now, in some ways, we made procurement easier for SMEs. We have a really ridiculously simple application process, for example. But the other thing is we had to make a statement. We had to make a statement about where we lodged ourselves. And in Scotland, there was one preeminent tech hub, if you like, tech building, and at the time it was the fastest growing one in Europe. It can't grow any more, so it can't be the fastest growing one in Europe. And we made great play on being in that building, and a lot of people criticise governments for not getting things. The Scottish government got what we were saying, and they said, okay, write the business case, justify going into the building, and we've never had a problem about being in that building. And just by showing people what that does, generates enthusiasm. I think one of the things that, if you're going to make a successful GovTech program, you got to show people. We started very small and showed people, and then grew and grew and grew. And I think that's really important. You've got to show, and you've got to go out there. And it's not about meeting people halfway. It's about meeting people. I hate that phrase, meeting people halfway. It's, you've got to go out there and be part of that community. And that's what we did by taking CivTech and sitting it in a private sector building.
Yeah, I guess that's kind of shows, especially for startups who are not very much aware of how the government looks, and that looks like a scary big thing that they don't understand. That shows that we're part of the same society, we're part of the same ecosystem.
Do this lot look like government people? I mean, what does a government person look like?
Yeah,
we are human beings. We're all human beings.
Exactly. And Andrew, could you expand a bit more about the configuration of your team? Like, is it like, are you just a few different people from different agencies? Because you told that you cooperate a lot with Launchpad and other kind of more startup-oriented agencies. Could you tell a bit more about your setup?
Yeah, I guess we really have a kind of partnership, like a hybrid model. So I'm predominantly the one with the Department of Premier and Cabinet brand sourcing the challenges inside government and providing that sort of central agency department kind of awareness and support of the government partners. But LaunchVic is both a government initiative and a sort of an external organisation. So it's framed as being separate to government whilst sort of being centrally funded. So we've got this kind of wonderful hybrid of kind of capital G government when we need it, but also the flexibility and the agility of being a more agile organisation when we're sort of got our Civic Labs brand on. And we all have private sector experience as well. So, I think you need both of those things. You need people that understand what the journey is like, whether it's been an entrepreneurial journey or not, just even that sort of what it is to start and run a business. And I think, this, we can use the brand to go both ways. So when it needs to look like a trusted place for government to come and explore their opportunities, we're there, we're speaking their language. We've got, these initiatives rely a lot on relationship building. So, we're using our networks inside government already to kind of source those opportunities and to support the colleagues that are bringing themselves into the initiative, as well as then reaching out through the kind of economic development side. So we've got this, dual purpose program that's solving public problems, but building kind of economic development as well. So we have to have feelers into both worlds. And I think, you wouldn't want to run this sort of agnostic to one of those parties. You've really got to be open to addressing both of these worlds. It doesn't matter where you sort of put it, as long as you're kind of setting it up with the right people that know how to kind of reach out and commune in these different spaces.
Yeah,
we're pretty well though. We're only 4.5 people, so it's a lot of work for a small team.
Yeah, it definitely is. And I think what you were all saying is that kind of having that knowledge and understanding of both worlds, and then having a role not as a kind of a closed team that just has its knowledge and does its thing, but the one that kind of builds all the relationships and connects those people. And I think what we're talking about, inspiring each other to create these, but it's also just inspiring our colleagues in different departments to kind of understand innovation and become those kind of sponsors and the speakers for innovation for you. I see, Mark, you unmuted yourself. So.
Yeah. Well, I just want to pick up on what we've been talking about, which is that many years ago, when I was at the regeneration project in the northeast of England, we did an analysis of business support, and we found that, quite to our surprise, actually, that the best business support was coming from the public sector, and the private sector support tended to be a bit threadbare, for want of a better word, a little bit cost cutting, if you like. And I think one of the great advantages of being in government or having your core team inside government is that you've got time to develop, and you're not looking at the bottom line straight away, and that they have, by and large, a longer time span to look at things than, say, a private sector organization. But Andrew is so spot on. It really doesn't matter where you sit. You've got to be able to talk to both sides, and I think the way we do it, and I think the other, Justina and Andrew's systems, are they similar? Is that one of the biggest problems in Silicon Valley or in tech is this product market fit, and almost automatically, if you're solving a problem for a public sector organization, you probably got that product market fit before you even start off on the journey. So there's some really interesting, getting these two to mesh together and work really well. It is a really good way of doing things.
And where do you see, I mean, you've been working on the similar concept for quite a while. Do you see that like kind of changing in terms of, the maturity of GovTech, especially in Europe? Do you see like your team changing, like doing any like other kind of things, shifting direction, or you see that's kind of, where you think you should need to kind of perfect the model more and just like do, again, the innovation flows?
Both. So we've got a business case in at the moment. We're talking about the next 4 years. We're talking about, there's real enthusiasm here about scaling us massively. But also we're saying, actually, we need to expand the system, explore new areas. We know for sure that we want to extend, again, I'm going to use this phrase, the Silicon Valley playbook into the post-accelerator phase. We know for sure that we want to handle bigger and smaller challenges. We've got a fairly narrow window of money procurement spend, and we want to be able to sort of widen that out, because some people want to do small projects, and that's fine. And some people want to do really huge projects. And we did one last year where the total expenditure was more than double what we'd ever done before. And thank God we did it, because the whole forestry industry would be closed down here if we hadn't done it. It was one of those extraordinary coincidences that Forestry and Land Scotland came to us and said, our seed bank, we have we need to plant millions of trees every year, and only 1 in 3 seeds germinates. Can we figure this out? And we've got rates that are extraordinary. I mean, they're over 80%. But the real thing is, we realized during lockdown that the methodology that had been developed would allow trees to be planted without breaking social distancing rules. So we managed to plant 4 million trees where we were planning on 400,000 as a test, and suddenly somebody said 4 million. So sorry, I digress, but that is a much bigger project. And so we're looking at that. We're looking at the post-accelerator phase and helping people to really grow their businesses and making them stick inside the public sector as well as elsewhere. And again, it goes back to the Silicon Valley playbook. Some of the best investment houses in Silicon Valley invest and then get stuck in with the companies to really grow them. There's an amazing investment company called Andreessen Horowitz. And they do that, and they do it really well. And we want to see if we can't adapt that bit of what they're doing out there to fit our companies, and we think we can do that. So it's expansion of activity, but it's also deepening of the activity. So we're really excited, and I think the bottom line is, unless we innovate and continue to innovate, we'll be dead, because I've got all these other people snapping at my heels. But this is where people are talking to each other. We're, yes, of course we're in competition to a certain extent, but I on a very big level, I think human civilization has progressed because there's a brilliant balance between collaboration and competition. And that could be friendly in both cases. Competition does not have to be cutthroat. And I think the very fact you've got people here talking with each other, and we have a CivTech Alliance where we're all joined up, shows that actually this idea, and I think it goes back to what Andrew said earlier, that you get SMEs in, small businesses or whoever's coming up for the solution. Yes, they want to be a successful business, but primarily they want to solve problems. They want to do tech for good. And thank God for that, because I'm probably going to get fired for saying this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Tech has been too riddled with robber barons and people who just want to make money and who want to take your data and sell it, or people who want to cut corners or turn the entire world into gig economies. And it's time we took tech back for what it could do, and that is tech for good. That's my rant over, sorry.
Andrew, you wanted to add something?
I like Mark's rant. I guess, for us, evolution is, I think we've got the business side right. I think we've taken the challenges and we've managed to get people to work and come up with the kind of solutions that create the impact we're looking for. I think the challenge is for us bringing it back inside our bureaucracy and kind of entrenching it. And as Mark touched on, these things, you've got to scale them up to create impact. The worst thing you want is a whole bunch of wonderful novel pilots that on the face of it do all the right results, but no one's investing in and scaling to create the kind of impact that you need. And I think, the big piece for us now is when you have a bureaucracy that is risk averse, that is that only small parts are engaging in these new methodologies. I think we've really got to focus on bringing back to executives and ministers and so on why this needs to be not the only solution or the main solution, but certainly kind of a standard part of the kind of procurement arsenal when it comes to solving public problems. And I think there's a lot of work still to go on that side, because we're proving that people can come up with solutions. We're proving that they can be kind of mindful of the end users and sympathetic to what the government's looking for. But we've really got to get government to kind of just to step up a level and think about how they even begin to adopt the methodological approaches that we're demonstrating that change the way people work together, and so to start bringing some of those on board.
And Justina, you've been kind of now increasingly expanding into that role, right? Into working on these huge changes, not just like pilots, but also like even like policy areas and that kind of things. Could you tell a bit more about how your team kind of expanded and where do you see it moving forward as well?
Maybe there are two words that are not going together, but this time I will put them together. So to run on constantly GovTech, you need to have your daily routine, and our daily routine is to looking for people in the public sector that would, and of course they can come to us and bring their challenges, but our daily routine is looking for people who wants to solve their problems, their challenges in innovative way.
A really good point has just been made is that this is hard work. There's no two ways about it. Like you say, we've been going for, we launched the first one in 2016, so 4 years, but there was a year before that. And we have now done over 50 challenges. We've worked with 35, I think it's 35 public sector organizations, which means we've got repeat business, which is good. But if you look at 35 against the number of public sector organizations we've got, and then compare it to the adoption curve, we're in the chasm. That gap between the early adopters and the early majority, you get across that, you get unstoppable momentum. We're right in the middle of that at the moment. They're very rough. We are dead right in the middle of it. It's hard, and that's after 4 years. It's hard work. You're trying to change decades, if not hundreds of years of ingrained culture, but both in the public sector and the private sector. In people don't like change. People don't like innovation. I grew up with innovation because my father was a technologist. But I thought it was perfectly normal. But most people do not like change, and we're trying to change huge organisations and entire cultures, and we need to do it because otherwise, this opportunity that tech gives us will be lost forever, and that would just be too awful to contemplate, as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah, we need to be fighters. It's like all day, all night, sometimes even during night, especially like during this. I know because I talked to Alexander that also in Scotland, okay, it's not good COVID, of course, but for our teams was something like everybody at once. Okay, so who can do that? Who can solve those digital challenges? Okay, so we do have GovTech in our government. Yeah, so let's go to them to get help, to be helped. And also I remember that I called Alexander in May. Back in May, and I said, okay, so all those programmers were eager to do volunteering to help us in COVID. And I know that in Scotland you call them Tech Army. We have our Polish name for that, but at the same time, in all over the world, it turned out that our ability to build bridges between public sector and private sector was crucial because although there were bunch of the tech guys, girls, and programmers, and all startups that were very eager also for free, most because it's all of us were stayed at home, so everybody wanted to do something to be a part of a tackling of the problem of the COVID. With the skills they possess. So also such skills of our teams, and it is also what Mark mentioned, that it is a hard job, of course, and it is not like, okay, we can everybody do that, because not everybody wants to build those bridges, because it is safe sometimes to not build those bridges between those two sides that are the same sides at the end of the day, because on both sides there are citizens, there are people. We are all the clients of this government. If we work at the government, we are the clients of that, because we live in these countries, and we want to also we are very eager to help it to innovate and to be more effective and more efficient.
Thanks, Justin. And Andrew, have you seen any change in terms of how COVID changed also the importance or the role of the team?
I was talking to Mark before we came on the call. I think in the early stages, Australia almost had no COVID scenario. We were in a situation where we'd sort of bypassed the health scare, and there was obviously some economic issues. But then we managed to get a second wave in Victoria, and so that's presented, and that's now declining, but it's presented new kind of economic challenges. And I think, in response to that, there's a strong recognition that government procurement can play a role in post-COVID economic response, and that the kind of decision-making, the kind of rapid, coordinated decision-making that's gone on during COVID is almost lending itself to a much more faster, agile way of working. Again, in a counter to that status quo of the bureaucracy delivering what it's meant to do, which is to not change, and people's sort of reluctance to change. But there's an opportune moment right now to sort of get on and to recognise that we need to do things differently. I think all of us here have probably got elements of the program that focus on kind of building that public sector capability, like so that the public servants, civil servants that are coming into the program are kind of upskilling, so that when they leave engagement of our program, they're taking something back and they're kind of using those methods and techniques in their own departments and programs. So I think there's an appetite for change, and the way people come into the program and their mindset and where they are when they leave, it's just diametrically opposite to where they were. They grow so much, as do the organisations that you partner with. So I think there's a big sort of focus on the kind of things that experience that we offer to people beyond just what those technical solutions are that are coming out. It's a kind of growth process as you go through these programs, and I think many of us are trying to kind of entrench that.
Mark, would you like to expand?
Yeah, and again, I totally agree with everything that's been said. I've just seen a paper and a minister talking about what COVID did, and Lord, it's done some awful things, obviously, and I'm not talking about that side of it, but he made the point that it probably achieved 7 years of public sector reform in 7 weeks, because we had to do something. I think, and certainly in terms of CivTech 5, the innovation flow we're now running, all 10 challenges have something or other to do with the post-COVID world. And I think one of the problems I've got, or one of the things I'm trying to sort of get people to realize, is that people keep talking about the new normal. Well, it's a really weird idea, and I think it's something that people like to say because they kind of want to make people feel it's okay because we're going back to normal. We're not going back. One normal requires a long history to be able to look back at it and go, that was normal. Well, we don't have a long history. We're still in the middle of this pandemic. Whatever people say, we are still in the middle of the pandemic. We do not know what the future is going to be, but we can take that future by, we can grasp that future and start inventing it. So instead of talking about a new normal, I think we should be talking about inventing the future, or certainly innovating the future. And I really do feel strongly that, yes, this pandemic is awful, but we're probably going to have more of them. But it's also an opportunity to get things right, or to start shifting things hugely. I think you were all there on demo day in March, and I stood on stage and I said, I'm going to argue today, and I'm going to present you 14 teams, and I'm going to argue that digital is no longer a nice to have, it's a must have. Boy, did I not realize how much that was going to be proven in the next few months. I mean, somebody said to me inside the Scottish Government, did you know something? No, I did not. But it is an essential, and we need to get that across. And we need to get that across to some people who are very powerful, but have always done things on paper. And not in Scotland. This is working with another nation as part of CivTech. I actually had a permanent secretary, say to me, why should I change? It's always worked. My system, paper. And you're dealing with people who've gone up and up and up on an old system, and we're asking them to tear it down. And I think that's one of the big challenges for us. How do you make innovation comfortable and safe for people?
Thanks, Mark. I think I see we're approaching kind of the end of the discussion, but I think a lot of transferable things and ideas and, the first steps for people who are now starting just to create that innovation and create the future, they can definitely learn, I think, a lot from our discussion, but also, all of your teams have a lot of material online as well. So definitely people can go to and just look at the processes. And I'm sure that anyone of you would, if they contact, Justina definitely shared even a lot of procurement papers and everything with us. So it's definitely maybe still quite small, but therefore very, very cooperative community that would definitely welcome anyone new into the team. But I think I'll just say thank you all. Thank you, Andrew, Mark, Justina. It's been amazing talking to you today, but also up till now as well for the last year or so. So thank you.
Let's keep talking.
Pleasure.
Let's keep talking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Although we have seen how important GovTech startups can be before, the coronavirus crisis has shown that there are out-of-the-box solutions created quickly, were and still is crucial in fighting the pandemic. Let's listen to the discussion with public sector officials and startups from around the world on why startups were critical to our response to COVID-19. Please welcome the moderator Mick Weinig, head of Accelerate Estonia, and panel discussion participants.
Let's get started. Thank you, all the kind panelists who have joined me today to discuss why we're startups critical to our response to COVID-19. And I'm happy that this discussion is a part of the Lithuanian GovTech Week and the GovTech Day, International Day of GovTech, because I think it's a very timely discussion. So first I want to thank Simonas, Camila, Aruna and others in the Lithuanian GovTech team for posing this question and finding a very interesting panel to discuss something that, especially at times like these, is very, very useful, because I personally find support from like-minded governments, organizations, startups. This is what has kept me strong going through the crisis. If we didn't have such kind of a family of GovTech around us, I think we would be in a much worse place. But things are well thanks to this community that we have around us, and Lithuania has done a lot of good things in developing that. So a bit about myself and why I should be moderating a panel on that topic. My name is Mick Weinig. I'm the head of Accelerate Estonia, which is an innovation lab in the government of Estonia aimed at finding complex problems that should be solved by government, but where the government does not have an answer because the problem is just so complex. So the tagline of ours is solving wicked problems. And obviously, COVID-19 is one of those wicked problems that we aim to tackle in novel ways. And as soon as the crisis hit in mid-March, our team set up an online hackathon in 6 hours, which got together 30 teams, building solutions to lower the effect of the crisis and also to build business models that would be relevant after the crisis. And around 10 of these projects are still working, so that was very successful. And after that, similar hackathons happened all throughout the world, around 70 of them, which basically means that there are thousands of new startup teams who have put their work towards getting rid of the effects of the crisis or building new business models for the new normal. So obviously, startups have been critical in our response. But what aspects are more or less important in that I would like to discuss with the panel today. And one by one, I would like to shortly introduce you and then give each of you an opportunity to tell a little bit more about yourself and your role during the crisis and how you view the startup role in that. So first, I turn to Lithuania. Elijus Civilis is a former vice minister and governmental CIO in Lithuania, has been leading Digital Lithuania agenda and policymaking towards a very digitally advanced nation, and has been described by peers as a very customer-centered, analytical and easygoing man, and has a big passion in following his own mission. So welcome to the panel, and looking forward to comments from you soon. But next, let's turn to Barbados, where Annalie Babb is advising the government with more than 10 years experience in executive management, especially in areas such as export promotion, public sector governments, and national innovation systems. And Barbados is also a nation which has positioned itself to transform digitally, and Annalie has an important role in getting that off the ground. So thank you for joining us today from sunny Barbados. And Gert is one of the 3 co-founders of a startup called Mask. His background and experiences in the pharmaceuticals and healthcare industry, and he has graduated from University of Cambridge and has a degree in chemical engineering. And he's a native Estonian, so I'm glad to see another Estonian on the panel, of course. And but he has spent his life globally, and recently, then during the pandemic, founded Mask with a couple of friends. Last but not least, Alan represents here an investor view with a strong interest in solving societally painful problems. His work also spans to corporates and their ability to innovate, and he has done similar work for many government agencies. So he has a lot of insights to support or tear down some arguments about startups being critical to our response to COVID-19. So thank you, and let's get to it. So I would like each of you to add a bit more in about your role in the ecosystem currently and during the crisis, and maybe in your mind, the most important thought why startups were critical to the response. So who wants to go first? If not, then I just point Elijus to go first.
Hey, thanks, Nick. Hi, everyone. I'm really excited to be here, just also because of the topic, and the topic which I think is now right on time to discuss on what has happened, because now we have enough time to look back and see what worked and what didn't. So at the beginning, I mean, we should say that as nobody expected this crisis to come, and then we saw how everyone responded. And I should say that just like in Estonia and in many other countries, in Lithuania, startups were among the most active. Yes, we also had a fantastic hackathon, more than 1,000 participants, more than 50 teams, and many, many interesting solutions. I mean, and this was really positive and really vibrant emotions dealing with the crisis. But now looking back, I mean, not everything was made in such a bright and beautiful colors, because we realized that the government was not able to adopt those solutions that easily. I mean, although some good examples of the chatbots, of the various solutions were adopted, but in general, I mean, it was not a very productive conversation. I think in full potential, it was not leveraged what startups were able to offer to the government. Of course, out of this whole story, we see now many changes, and especially from the governmental side, to be ready to get those benefits. I mean, we've just got approved the GovTech accelerator budget. We've just got a full operating team in the GovTech lab, which is basically solving this silo that we had at that moment. One way or the other, I should admit also that although most of those startups, they have offered really down-to-earth solutions and really solutions to the people, most of the public sector organizations, they didn't get what the value is. And they tend to focus, on really those primitive things like, masks or physical goods, which are easy to, define and understand. But then it comes, for example, to emotional support or something, you can create a value. They were not accepting that as a critical, in this situation. So all in all, I think that this had made us better place when it comes to the startups and to the innovators, but it's still a lot of things to be done better from the government side for the nearest future.
All right, that's a good insight. Annalie, what's your thought on and your role during the crisis and the most important takeaways?
Thanks so much. I appreciate the invitation to be here. It is sunny in Barbados right now, although I'm inside. But just to be clear, I am the Prime Minister's Special Envoy advising on innovation, science, and smart tech. But I also advise the Ministry of Innovation as well. But what is interesting is I sit on the board of Barbados's only and largest public hospital, which is the Queen Elizabeth Hospital. So we have been having to manage in a very, very, very fluid situation how we deal with even visitors coming into Barbados and so on. The challenge for me is that I can't say, I don't know how much you would know, the panel, or even your viewers, about Barbados, but it's a tiny island state in the Caribbean, about 283,000 people. When COVID struck, obviously tourism would be one of our key sectors, but if no one is traveling and your entire economy is built on tourism, we have seen about a 27% drop at last count in our GDP in Barbados. We lost 30,000 jobs in an economy with 283,000 people. So that becomes a massive challenge. How do you manage it? And part of that challenge is that we could not say in the beginning that we even do have an ecosystem for startups. The government with whom I serve came into power maybe about 2 years ago. And the initial intention was to create a Barbados Tech Accelerator. And we were building toward that. We had some wonderful relationships with CivTech Scotland. And I had just been to Scotland at CivTech in March of this year. And I was right at the tail end before this thing really got serious. I was traveling back to Barbados when most of the country shut down. So the issue becomes, how do you then get a Barbados Tech Accelerator and all these things going when your economy is bottoming out, when your borders are closed and you haven't built the capacity there on the ground? So I believe that part of the challenge in this conversation, I would love for us to explore a bit more, is a small island state surrounded by water. It's not in Europe, for example, where you have borders with other countries and you can have a flow of people and ideas and so on. But in some sense, you're isolated, a small island developing state. You're vulnerable to external shocks. You don't have the capacity built yet to take local ideas and bring them to market. How do you create that in a post-COVID world? So that is what we are being challenged with right now. But even having said that, there are some innovators in Barbados who took it upon themselves to develop solutions and bring them to government. And the great thing about it is that at least one of those innovators built something so useful for the public health emergency management that government has just signed on to help them deliver that solution and bring it to market in collaboration with some external players. So on one level, we're doing it a bit backward from what we should be doing how we should be doing it, but I think that we're getting there. but I'd love to have a conversation on how a small island state can be more involved in that ecosystem development.
All right, so I think it's time to head to Ireland, where Alan may have an answer to that, or then a personal take on how the crisis and startups mingle in your mind.
Well, first of all, thank you for the opportunity. It is sunny in Ireland, on this island as well, although you wouldn't know it from the reddest room in the world that I've ever been in. But so apologies to all the viewers for that. My background, or my primary role at the moment, is working with NDRC. It's a government-backed technology accelerator that invests in about 20 to 30 startups a year. And we also support the commercialization of technologies, research and technologies out of the third level institutes and the research institutes, the universities in Ireland. And I suppose I'm agreeing by and large with some of the points that have already been made. I think the value of startups in the COVID world, you can't have too high an expectation, where they're not going to go and create a vaccine from a startup that was created in March. So there's an expectation mismanagement about what startups can achieve. But I think startups did achieve an enormous amount of energy and psychological support and positivity to the ecosystem. There's a great sense of getting something done and trying to maneuver things. And we know there's kind of analogies around corporates and governments that they're oil tankers and they don't move that fast. But there's tugs that help them to move faster and help them to turn direction a little bit faster. So one example of that, actually, they're going to be talking in the next panel, is one of our investee companies called WIA, who were working on an open ventilator project, and they just started creating it from scratch, and everybody had a sense of enthusiasm, belonging and participation. But then with a little bit of pressure, they got talking to Medtronic, who have a very significant presence here in Ireland, and got them to support the opening up of some of the Medtronic knowledge to aid that ventilator project. So there's something about an expectation and hopes and dreams that we can have of startups. And then there's what they can practically achieve in a crisis, in a global crisis of this kind of proportion and this sort of timescale. That's something I'd like to explore and to maybe extend the conversation a little bit from the startups with ideas and energy, and maybe the scale-ups, maybe those companies that have been funded by A rounds and B rounds of investment, maybe they've got 50 or 100 people. They're the kind of companies, maybe there's one in Ireland called Nearform, who just rolled out our COVID tracker app. I've rolled it out to Northern Ireland. I think it's been launched in some states in the US this week as well. And in the first couple of weeks, they had 1 million downloads in the Irish population and ended up getting relative population coverage. So there's that difference between this pure startup and the scale-ups who are able to actually implement something at scale to affect COVID. But you're going to hear more about startups in a second from Kurt.
Thank you. Exactly. I'd like to turn to Gert now to add a startup view to all of this. So we've heard already that there's been challenges throughout the world in absorbing all of the innovation that was out there, but maybe you can briefly tell us your story as well.
Sure. Thanks, Mick, and thanks for the introduction. Many great thoughts already, and I'll present the startup view in this mix here as well. So I'll give a brief sort of background what we did with Mask and sort of where we are today, perhaps some of the opportunities, challenges we faced. So we came together in the middle of April as part of the global hack. And the question was, we had a team of 11 people with different backgrounds. We thought, how can we help our native Estonia to solve the crisis? And the problem we identified with just interviews with various personnel in across healthcare sector and in the government was about gathering data about inventories and needs of personal protective equipment. So yes, one thing was sourcing them and supporting the healthcare sector and the public sector institutions that needed personal protective equipment more broadly. But then before ordering or sourcing anything, the question was, but actually, let's help us to plan. How much do we have across the country already, and how much do we need? How do we forecast? And once we source something, what's the most equitable way to distribute the personal protective equipment, be it masks, respirators, gloves, gowns, and so on. So that was the problem we solved. So the platform Mask we created was after the hackathon taken into use by the Estonian Ministry of Social Affairs, the Health Board, and the Ministry of Finance, who supported the crisis response team with the task of giving the overview. So the platform helped to collect information from 300 public sector institutions about the demand, inventory, and shipments, and helped to make decisions. So taking pressure off from the institutions themselves, who had to do a lot of reporting to different parts of the government, but also taking the administrative cost of the crisis response team and the health board and the ministries. So a communication tool and a mix of a communication tool and an ERP perhaps. But similar sort of problems or discussion points that we saw, our challenge was how can we find a problem that we can actually do something about. So starting to tackle too big of a problem was a risk for us in the beginning phase. And then once we sort of implemented something, following up, working closely with government. Again, just great example from Estonia where the ecosystem is supporting us being in here and supporting. That meaning from the government side, we're also hearing the problems and them being open to work with us, perhaps taking a risk at the beginning to give us a chance, but then after we prove ourselves and working closely with them, really sticking to it. So the system is still being used today as well. And I mean, as we go on with the discussion, many other points to bring out as well, but just as an introduction, and maybe I'll stop here for a second.
Okay, thank you. So what's clear from our discussion already that there are some challenges on how might government help startups become critical in tackling this crisis, and different countries have different problems. In Barbados, it's about the small community where some of these processes to get startups in are not in place, or the ecosystem needs more development. In Lithuania as well, in Estonia, it's sometimes about working in silos and not being able to break this down quickly enough. And I think Alan, you took it together very well that there has been challenges in expectation management. So let's talk about that a little bit. Although there were challenges, I think as you mentioned a really important point that now you've learned that those silos need to be broken down. So maybe you can give us a little bit an example of how that has already happened, or how you foresee that that kind of cross-ministerial cooperation can evolve so that it can take in startups in a better manner than during this crisis.
Right, that's a really good question, because if I step back a little bit and think of the startups, they're really much customer centric, right? But the problem with the governments, that the governments themselves, they are customers for the startups. And this is basically both ways a gap that we see. We see the startups not being able to deal with their customers, meaning governments, who basically pay for the solution. And then the government's not being able to work with the startups because of the public procurement and many other processes that limiting, this compatibility. So I think the step needs to be taken from both sides. And both sides, I think, this is where we need platforms like this GovTech, like this GovTech week, where basically we have all stakeholders talking to each other. Firstly, learning about each other. Because the problem with the governments that they're, of course, really constrained with the legislations, with the public procurements, but it's not about only this. This is first about the culture. And the culture is really much linked to the disbelief, that those few people from this very small organization can do really a beneficial product for you, because you own the risk. You own the risk, and you don't have any evidences why those guys or girls who came together a week ago, they can, justify the spend, and they can guarantee solving the problem, which is a national-wide problem. It's not just, a problem for a single person. So, of course, the cultural change, this is something not will happen overnight, but this is led by good examples. So, of course, that's happening. And this is maybe also my advice to Barbados, that you definitely not have to be isolated as a physical island, because then we talk about the startups, the GovTech. This is by definition not bounded by a single country, by a single geographical unit. This is rather, cross-sectoral, and I think going into the collaborations and inviting different startups that work for Lithuania, Estonia, or Ireland to turn back to the least developed ecosystems, that's already a good step. So from the governments, this is a cultural change. And then from the startups, unfortunately, you might be the most exciting group of people, hipsters with very nice informal culture. But sorry, I mean, your client is a government, and you have to really understand what it takes, to have a communication and conversation. So I think that you should not underestimate what it takes to break the bureaucracy and those barriers. Happy that we have now GovTech. We have those bright people who help to do that through the challenges. But of course, we want it to be at much bigger scale in the nearest future.
All right. Thank you. Alan, you want to step in?
Yeah, I just add to that. So there's a culture, I agree, there's a culture piece around who your buyer is, who your customer is, getting through procurement channels and so on. But COVID amplifies that. So to the best of my knowledge, the Irish government has spent about 2 billion euros on PPE equipment this year that they didn't think that they would need to do. That's my face mask. I have no idea about the certification. I have no idea about the quality of that face mask. In a time of COVID with a government buyer, there has to be a balance on both sides between achieving a regulatory burden and managing a regulatory burden for the products and services that are going to be rolled out. I really like Kurt's example of trying to pick a problem maybe that wasn't in the regulated space, but was still able to benefit the wider COVID community. So there's a healthcare burden that is required, and a regulatory burden with dealing with your gov partner. The other element that I think is interesting and a challenge for a startup that just is not that surmountable is if we're going to take the COVID lens as an opportunity for startups to develop new products, systems, services, and roll those out, they need to be rolled out on day one to a maximum audience. And what I mean by that is that COVID tracking app that we have in Ireland that I mentioned from Nearform, in the space of a week, they got about 1 million downloads. A startup has just not been able to deliver that type of capacity. If we want to roll out ventilators, we need to roll out 600 medical grade certified ventilators through 22 different hospitals at once. A startup can't try to achieve that and are going to come up against a brick wall if they're going to try and talk to a government buyer about that. So there's probably an alignment on both sides. Yes, the problem needs to be solved, but it needs to be aligned with the buyer's capacity to buy it, to roll it out, and then the startup's capacity to deliver that at scale. It's not an easy challenge. And in large part, it might be insurmountable. And then you start thinking about that COVID might have given an opportunity to open up greater government startup procurement and partnering outside of the COVID lens. And maybe that, we're going to be looking for the next couple of years, a new relationship and a new incentivization between government and startup partners for other products and services in other areas. E-learning, for instance, at the moment, as we're this week in Ireland, at least, I'm not sure what your academic calendars are like, but this week, X 100,000 kids went back to school and with mixed degrees of e-learning and remote learning. That's also areas that there's enormous sectors where startups can still participate with government, even if not perhaps maybe directly in the medical arena, for instance.
So very good points there. Gert, what do you think? Scaling and finding the right problem, is that something that startups can do in a very limited amount and then effectively sell it to governments who need it at scale and might not have the right culture for that? Seems like a massive headache.
It certainly is a headache and something we have faced as well ourselves. So it was certainly our experience given the ecosystem in Estonia. It was easy to access the government, them to share their problems and really allow us to present our solution to the problem and take it from there, actually starting to use our platform and then stick to it so we can improve it further over time. But then sort of the 8 weeks after the first implementation, we also started offering our solution sort of as a SaaS solution to other countries as well. But that certainly wasn't easy. So scaling government tech, not always easy, but also like it's easy for me to say it's everyone should start using our platform. I mean, it's also our job in a startup space to find ways to scale our tech. Yeah. So immediately we started thinking, okay, first, how do we make sure that our platform is relevant also after the crisis? So big sort of thing we've been working on over the ever since we went live with our first iteration. And then secondly, is there also a market in the private sector, or are there other problems related to the problems that we're helping to solve with our current solution for the government? So these two things have definitely helped us keep moving, and the government procurement timelines will catch up eventually. We just have to have patience too. So obviously, if things would happen overnight, we would love it. Shorter we can make decision-making processes for implementing new solutions that help, we'll be all for it. But we have to have, as small growing startups, also a little bit of patience in the process, I believe. But not to wait for it. Just keep moving forward and find other problems in the similar space that we can contribute to. That's why we, for example, started looking on the sourcing side, building a B2B marketplace for verified products. So just sort of learning more and more problems in the same vertical has helped us to scale and find market also outside of the crisis.
All right, thank you. So, Annalie, does that sound useful in your context, or what kind of what would you add to this discussion?
Well, I am particularly taken with the points that Ilias made. I believe that for small island states in particular, global collaborations are critical. One of the first things after COVID that our Prime Minister did, and you may have heard of it, but she started to market the notion of a Barbados welcome stamp, inviting very skilled people and others who are interested in working from a country like Barbados that's still relatively safe and is managing COVID pretty well to work from here. But I see going beyond that there are companies that are startups in other places that may want to scale up more quickly by coming to a country like Barbados and using it as a beachhead to enter other markets and do other things. But a part of what I see the opportunity in that is that companies can also help to change government's culture, because I do believe that certainly for Barbados and the Caribbean, the culture of how we procure is a culture that, to my mind, is against the notion of startups and helping them to grow and to scale. And is this not an opportunity I think we have to face that economies all around the world are transitioning, and a lot of damage has been done in terms of economic growth and so on. Is this not an opportunity for countries around the world and like Barbados to look again at these models of procurement that we insist that governments follow and see, is there a way for us to transform that and change it so that there is a startup culture, certainly for projects or potential solutions under a certain amount of money, and that you can have those global alliances. The solution that we have developed here, just to respond to COVID, we put together a project with an outside or overseas company supplying wristbands and doing some other stuff, but working with a startup in Barbados to manage the whole database and how we treat to that in the healthcare system. And so I believe that there are opportunities for us to do the whole startup ecosystem in a different way. And I certainly would be keen to have that discussion on a wider scale, because I do agree that the digital revolution means that you are not limited by the boundaries or borders of your country, even if you're an island way over in the Atlantic Ocean, that you can engage and work with people outside of Barbados and even invite some of them here to work from here and to help you to develop your own ecosystem. And I believe that that's the direction that Barbados will be going.
Right. Alan, you wanted to add on top of that?
Did anyone else just hear that we got an invite from the Prime Minister's envoy of Barbados to come to Barbados and work? Everyone else heard that as well, right?
And I'll back up the invitation. I would love to see us do something around small island states and innovation, climate change, and COVID.
Agreed. I was going to come in and reflect, and Anneli, you made some of this point as well. Three of us are here from small nations, and sometimes we don't expect Washington, Berlin, Paris to be able to make these changes. Nor can we compete with larger countries in terms of the gross amount of capital or venture capital and wider investment capital that's available. But in the smaller countries, we are operating something a little bit more dynamic. Estonia is a leader, Lithuania is a leader, Barbados sounds like a Caribbean leader, and Ireland hopefully has been a leader over the last number of years in our development. So there's something about the smaller countries having a little bit more nimbleness than the big ocean liners, that we can make some changes. And as Anneli mentioned, is there different procurement pathways that governments can operate? So I put there the challenge to begin with, that startups weren't going to be the answer, but also governments do have to do something. So governments have to provide sandboxes, test beds, alternative procurement pathways, laboratories which can go outside, not break, but maneuver outside of the current procurement guidelines to allow new companies to be able to bring their innovations, ideas and thought processes to governments. So that's a two-sided coin, that the governments have a lot of work to do too.
Yeah, I'm very much with Alan on what he just said. I mean, the only size which limits is your ambitions. I mean, I think that us having this unique characteristic coming from smaller countries, that's even better, because you have much less legacy. Think of, I don't know, Germany and convincing now them, to get rid of the automotive industry. That's impossible. Think of France and saying them, hey, you have to get rid of agriculture. I mean, it's impossible, because we have such a strong, ecosystems out there that they will never ever, put their priorities somewhere else. So it's much easier to convince the major country to make a shift. The second aspect, Alan also mentioned, thinking of Lithuanian fintech, which is one of the most cited ecosystems in the world. It's all based, on those small bits and pieces, like sandboxes, like access to the payment systems, like technological infrastructure that startups can use, and that's fairly easy to set up compared to the big national systems. And then finally, I would just comment on this public procurement and limitations in Barbados for startups to get in the conversation with the government. This, of course, I mean, every time you think of the technologies, you think of something like really complicated, complex, and really mystified. But there are many other examples in the world where the government's able to deal with that. Think of, for example, I don't know, architecture design contest, where someone is bidding, with different ideas how to build a new bridge, and then the number one is awarded. So basically, you can apply the same process, bidding for the problems to be solved by the startups, where they just participate in the contest for the best idea. The first three could be awarded, for example, and then another project signed with the winner, right? This is just an example. I just want to say that some countries, they have different experiences already, and I think uniqueness that you have being yourself. I mean, Barbados, that sounds super exotic, that sounds super good, and I think it's much more attractive, than Lithuania or Estonia. So you should play the card on this fantastic uniqueness.
So, thank you. Before we actually jump to the solution space, I actually wanted to kind of turn the table around and argue that maybe startups were not critical to the response to COVID-19. And but I already heard about a lot of bottlenecks that basically my current conclusion is that startups could have been much more critical to our response, but there are some things that we just need to tackle before that is really possible. But before we jump to the solution space. I have a few ideas of my own. Is there anything else? What are the other elephants in the room that really keep us from engaging with startups in a meaningful way? If there's not any, then just let me know. But is there something that's on your mind still?
Maybe I just point out just an idea, maybe what we have experienced ourselves as part of sort of working with the government, building something fairly quick, implementing, scaling with mask. Just always the question mark of us proving us as a young team, being able to solve important problems. So maybe there's also some missing part in terms of partnership. Maybe there needs to be a bigger company there. Maybe there needs to be an active investor from the get-go. Maybe there needs to be more partners from very early on. The reason I'm saying or thinking about this, otherwise we have a situation where startups are competing with mature companies, which is great. And there are many spaces where this is very important. But during the crisis where things need to be done quickly and move fast, which readiness is there from a startup, but maybe the readiness is not there from a bigger, more mature company. However, longer term partnership, there is something to contribute from both sides. Startup can help to get there quick, but maybe a more mature company can support the sort of the next steps as we go to longer term deals, sort of stable procurement process after that. Otherwise, we'll be in a situation where we'll implement quickly something as a startup, but then when we face the outside of crisis moment, we're not competitive in that space anymore. So maybe just throwing out ideas for us to think. So far, so good in Estonia, but I think this could have perhaps helped us in other markets to enter. But that takes some readiness from a mature company in the field as well to take a leap of faith, and that model probably needs to be so maybe thought through a little bit more, but just idea out there.
I think that's, if I might, a really, really important point. And it comes back to my suggestion that we need to completely rethink this ecosystem and how it works. And perhaps government does have a role to play, both in identifying potential partners, maybe even having databases of startups and other bigger companies that might be prepared to partner. But there has to be some kind of public-private partnership and engagement, and these silos are going to have to come down. I know they exist for a reason, but the world in 2020 and beyond is not the world that we were sitting in before March 2020. And so this again creates an opportunity for us to have conversations around and create new spaces for people to be able to innovate. And that's one of the biggest issues that we see in Barbados is governments don't want to procure with the small players and the startups because they don't think they have a proven track record or history or capability of scaling up. But that should not be an inhibitor to a company if it has a great idea. The question is, how do we get it to market and how can we create the environment that allows them to flourish? And I believe that we need to ask some different questions and look at some different kinds of solutions than those that have existed traditionally. But I think your points are excellent.
Can I add in a kind of a more of a thought? Any customer is buying a product or a service for the need that they have. Are we talking about asking governments to buy products for two reasons? One, to deliver the needs that they have, and the other to stimulate an ecosystem. So in Ireland, for instance, we have, and it's probably common to other countries, we have centralized procurement because the government is the biggest buyer of anything in this country. And there's a requirement in, I don't know what percentage of tenders by value or by number of tenders that must include an SME participation in the tender response. So yes, Accenture and IBM will win a lot of the government contracts as they should do, but they also have to include participation and partnership, as Kurt was bringing to the fore, of SMEs. But I think Annalie mentioned earlier on that we're looking for a culture shift in government. So we don't just want them to buy, the face masks because they need face masks. We want them to buy face masks with a public good in order to stimulate stimulate maybe startup or scale up or SME technologies, knowing that they might not always get the most economically advantageous response, but they might be generating another stimulus for the country. That turns into a political decision, which is probably worth exploring, but it's hard.
All right, we are now stepping into solution phase, and I'm very happy about it. So a couple of things that I've come across in my own work that have helped me along a lot. Maybe that's just as a Kickstarter to that part of the discussion. So basically, what startups provide when governments buy from them is research and development. We don't know the outcome of what they are providing us, and it might be different than we've initially expected. But if you embrace that, then at least in Estonia, I've been able to use this exemption of R&D, which means that if this is describable as an R&D, then so many of the procurement laws don't really apply. And that has helped me along a lot. Obviously, if you tell that story to your lawyers at the ministry, they will find numerous reasons why it's not the case. But then it's always possible to find a second, a third, and a fourth opinion until you find a way through. And if that is that happened to me personally, it was really, really useful. But if for some reason that is not enough, then what I've heard from different counterparts in the Estonian government is that the ability to innovate is much higher if there is some public figure who says that, hey guys, this area needs to innovate. I'm going to be supporting the government throughout all of their experiments. We just need to get through this wall right now. So if someone takes off the pressure of failing, then that's a big step forward in the cultural shift as well. But I'd like to hear some other examples of how to tear down those walls. Anyone can go first.
A very similar way, as you just said, some public figure sort of openly saying and inviting startups to solve their problems. I think similar way during the hackathons we had, at least in Estonia, some of the, and then from many countries across the world really, during the global hack, we had someone from the government attending event like hackathon. Yeah, so publicly sharing problems that they have and something that could be tackled by startups. So again, probably just more active, maybe a little proactive involvement in the sort of creation process from government representatives. That could be similar example, but just through the hackathon types of events could work as well.
Okay, Elius, what has worked for Lithuania over the past few years?
Well, my silver bullet and number one bet is on skills, on people skills. But then I say skills, it's not the startup skills. That's the skills of the citizens, and that's the skill of the politicians, and that's the skills of the public servants. I mean, most of those people, they don't consider technology as a resolution just because they don't know and they have no knowledge and no skills to understand that. I mean, if there is a traditional farm, for example, they would never ever, use apps to help them to harvest their goods, not just because they're against, they just have no skills to explore or understand that they need that. So my major focus before I left the government was purely on skills and purely on the public servant skills, because at the end of the day, that's humans who procure for the humans who need, help. And I think the more educated we have public sector, the more educated we have politicians in the parliament, the easier it is. I mean, I can share with you some, like a year ago or more than 1.5 years ago, we made the very first machine learning course for the parliament members in Lithuania, and it was a great success because those people, of course, they didn't learn machine learning in one session, but at least they realized, I mean, how that works, and it's not mystified anymore to them. It's easier for them than, to understand what the society is talking about, where the future comes from, why the jobs will be replaced. I mean, why? I mean, they now have at least basic knowledge. And I think this is the way to go, and this has to be very much escalated in events like this GovTech Week, where we really want everyone to be educated. Also the citizens. I mean, if citizens are dumb, if they don't need, technologies, they just need, bricks and mortars, then we can't do much. So we need everyone to be on the same page, including all the age groups, including all the regions, including everyone.
If I might, those are two excellent points from Kurt and Elias as well. And they triggered something for me as I was listening, that I believe from my experience, it's okay to talk about stuff. And you can lobby and you can write proposals and strategies and talk. But people really learn, in my view, by doing and by experiencing. And what I have been pushing in Barbados is to be able to do some kind of proof of concept, to pull together. It's like a pilot project. So you're bringing in private sector, you're bringing in skilled people, and you're actually sinking your teeth into something that's doable, to show people that, yes, we can innovate within government, but we can work with small players and big players, and here is what it would look like. And so that certainly is the stage we are right now, just to show people that it's not just talk, that we can do this. And we have the capability, the creativity, the innovative potential, and also the global networks and skill sets to make this happen. And my experience has been, when people start to see and feel what is possible even in themselves, because certainly with Barbados's history, I think you would be aware that we are a former colony. Slavery was a way of life just hundreds of years ago here. So it could be that culturally embedded in people is not a sense that they have the capability or the capacity or the skill sets or the gifts to be able to do stuff. And so once you can show them that, yes, you have it in you, and here is how you can make it happen, then people, you almost begin to see a snowball effect. Forgive the metaphor, because we don't actually have snow in Barbados, but you understand the point I'm making, that you then create the ability to get to a tipping point where you can begin to see a shift in how people are thinking. And I would like to see more of our countries take that approach, in addition to the other solutions that were suggested.
Can I add a challenge to us? I think even on this call, we've all been guilty of it. We refer to Gov as if it's one thing. I just did a quick Google there. There are over 200 state agencies in Ireland. There's lots of points of contact. There's lots of opportunity, but that's not to take away from the difficulty of getting into access government. I think what a leader in a government can do is try to help to signpost innovation agencies, test beds, individual agencies within the healthcare system or within the public procurement system that can give points of access to startups and scale-ups, be they technology or otherwise. And that may be an opportunity for, again, our smaller countries, where those points of access might be just a little bit more accessible, a little bit more available to companies coming through. So mapping out those type of resources and points of entry. I remember a good few years ago, I can't quote this as current data, but the Irish government did have a listing of all of the different grant and information supports that were available to Irish startups and SMEs. It ran to about 14 pages. Just of the entry points. After that, you had to dive down through, and we've had a number of different menu and signposting systems to try and navigate your way through that. That's hard, and it's not a startup's natural inclination to deal with that type of process. We surely can be able to do that a little easier and provide points of access to get the solution potentials into the government buyers.
May I respond really quickly directly to Alan, because one of the challenges, again, which is not necessarily a reason not to act, but a country like Barbados, we have a cabinet of about 20-something people that everything above a certain level needs to go through. So even if you're statutory corporation, and we do have those state-owned enterprises and other kinds of any engagement with government is going to still have to go through that bottleneck, which makes it a bit more of a challenge. So I just wanted to put that on the table, that it still keeps coming back to the necessity for a real shift in the government culture and the way it thinks about how to do innovation and startups if we're going to kind of break the silos down.
All right, this has been a very, very constructive discussion today. And I guess if the original question was why were startups critical to our response to COVID-19, then what we've discussed mostly is that yes, they were critical, but we would have liked them to be even more critical, but they weren't because of a number of bottlenecks, such as capacity, culture, doing or not doing experiments, finding the right problem, working in silos, not having sandboxes, and not using the legal exemptions that are actually in our hand as policymakers. So if we come back digitally, or I hope like really come back to the next GovTech week, either in Lithuania or other locations. So as a last remark, maybe each of you can take one of those keywords and say which one you will fight for to get rid of, so we can see how that experiment has gone for you. I will personally do all that I can to change the culture, because how we operate in Estonia is bringing entrepreneurs in residence into solving those complex problems, and these people don't know what is impossible. So a lot becomes possible. But what would your trick be, and your last words on this panel?
I think I'll turn it a little upside down and say, I'll still, with all the problems we identified today, I'll still encourage all startups not to be afraid of going and helping the government. I think lots of opportunities, and although we have problems and we have to work on them, that doesn't mean, because also there needs to be readiness from a startup side, or just people from different fields coming together and starting something and trying to help to even do that. So I think there's been a lot of encouragement that there are problems, but problems we can solve together. And again, big thank you to again all the people we have been working with from the Estonian government so far, who have been ready to work with us, share their problems, and really and perhaps take those silos and barriers a little bit apart. So that would be my final thought here.
I might add a final thought that the COVID isn't over, and it's going to be around. So absolutely, step one is stay safe and look after your people, look after your startup in a wider ecosystem level. And from a government support point of view, there is going to be changes to the investment landscape, and there is going to be changes to the amount of capital that's available to early stage startups. And I think that's something that we could maybe fight for the next GovTech week, and to see that more early stage stimulus and support has been put into those startups. And as a final word from me, to think that while COVID is still ongoing, we will get through it from a medical point of view at some point in time. But it's going to have changed everything. It's going to change work practices. It's going to have changed urban practices. It's going to have to change education and lifestyles and people, and that there is enormous opportunities for startups there, as well as directly with GovTech.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, for me, I think that you felt a theme coming through. I'm talking culture, government culture. But it occurs to me that that culture is not going to shift without the education and re-education of how people think. So if I had to invest my time in anything right now, it would be about educating and getting people in government to understand the importance of startups, but startups also to understand, here's how government works. Here's how we can create alignment. And a huge one is to get the private sector that has resources educated about the opportunities that they're sitting on, because they are not engaging through this crisis, but kind of holding on right now to what they have. In Barbados, it is not sustainable for this country to continue to depend so heavily on tourism. we see what happens when you do that. So there is this wealth of ideas and opportunities and potential that is being untapped. We have to do it differently, and I think education is probably going to go a long way to helping us to make that transition. But education that allows some hands-on action and activity, so people move beyond talk to actually producing value.
All right, Elias, what do you reckon?
Well, mine would be 3 points. First, this is the best timing for the startups because startups love disruption, and COVID is disruption in many ways. So it's good. I mean, and if it's not over, it's even better. I mean, this sounds nasty, but this is how it is for the startup. Second, whenever we talk about the government, as I said, we talk about the people who do, their daily job. And if something is not working from the government point of view, most probably that's because of the people who have little knowledge, or they are afraid, or they're scared. So talk to the people. I mean, don't be afraid. Things even asking in changing the law. I mean, I can tell you, I have changed a lot of laws over the last half a year just because we had to be flexible in the government. So all the laws are changeable. Everything can be done. You just have to have really conversation going on. And finally, I mean, I really liked what Alan and Annalie said, that, education. And I mean, the only way is to get together, is to be on the same level. So you want to be your government educated, your customer educated, and this is the only way to grow together. And
right.
By the way, guys, I mean, it's easy then it comes to the tangible things like technology, like buildings, but it's the most complicated are the soft things. So let's focus on the soft things and removing them first.
All right. So thank you all to all the panelists. That concludes our discussion on how or why startups were critical to our response to COVID-19. And personally, very happy that we discussed that, and that question was posed by GovTech Week Lithuania. Thank you for having us. Enjoy the conference, and see you around soon. Thank you.
After such an engaging discussion, let's look at the practical solutions and turn to our showrooms. We will have 3 showrooms in this order. Getting business back on track will be moderated by John Hazel, Strategic Account Management at Innovate UK. Next, we will have solutions about helping community in the face of crisis. This showroom will be moderated by Barbara Mills, Challenge Sponsor Lead at CIFTAC Scotland. Finally, we will have startups that have created solutions to ensure physical safety. It will be moderated by Carol Sinclair, Associate Director at Public Health Scotland.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is John Hazel, and I work for Innovate UK, the UK's innovation agency. Everything we do is about supporting business innovation and driving economic growth. I support the Small Business Research Initiative, which is aimed at driving innovation in the public sector and has supported many of the GovTech programmes in the UK. Hence, I'm very excited to be supporting GovTech Week and I have the honour of chairing this showroom today, Getting Business Back on Track. As we're all aware, COVID crisis has disrupted all of our lives, and it's been particularly difficult for businesses during this pandemic. However, with crisis, there can also be opportunity. And today we have the pleasure to listen to 5 organisations that have looked towards innovation to meet the challenges in this new world. Each presentation will last about 7 minutes. And firstly, I would like to introduce you from Lithuania, Bankera.
Hello all, I hope you can hear me. My name is Justinas, and today I would like to share with you the solution that we made as a team, as Bankera team, for businesses that are suffering from COVID-19. So I hope you can see my slides. I hope everything is fine. So yes, a brief introduction. Our company is called Bankera. We're a fintech based in Lithuania. My name is Justinas. I'm working as a business development manager for Bankera. So the problem that immediately stood out when we checked the small and medium businesses at the beginning of the coronavirus, it was that many of these operations, they stopped. And once the operation stopped, they immediately realized that there is a sudden shortage of cash. Businesses had no cash flow, and that was a problem to many of them. So, for example, if there was a dental clinic, and previously, prior to pandemic, they ordered some equipment, some dental chairs, but they had to stop their operations as a result of a pandemic. So simply, the problem is very simple, like they couldn't pay their suppliers, and they have to pay not to their suppliers, but also any other typical business costs, wages, rent, and so on. Now, this is a problem not just to the business itself, but also to a larger ecosystem of a business partners. So if a company goes bust, so not just the current invoice will not be paid, but also any future business will be lost between the businesses. So it is of no interest, to the ecosystem that one player gets bankrupt, because it can affect the whole chain of buyers and suppliers. Now, many of these businesses that have cash flow issues, it's not that they're bad businesses, it's just that the circumstances are like that, and it's internally they are good businesses. And some of those businesses that tried getting support, for example, from the Lithuanian government, they couldn't do it because they couldn't pass the eligibility criteria. So what we propose is actually rather a simple solution, nothing super groundbreaking, but we suggested financing to small and medium businesses with an option to get an additional guarantee from their business partner. Because a simple business on its own, in many cases, will not be able, it has problems. So in many cases, it will not be able to get financing. But if its business partner chips in and provides additional guarantee, this is one way to get financing. And we also proposed an option for the business that's taking financing to repay later, because now they're struggling, but once they're back on its feet, they can make the repayments. The types of expenses that we can finance are quite standard. So invoices from suppliers, also invoices from buyers if company needs cash immediately. Also simple business needs, like I mentioned in the beginning, paying for wages, paying for rent, and so on. This product is first starting in Lithuania. We have plans to extend to the wider EU, but now it's just in Lithuania. The financing amount starts from 2,000 euros, interest rate from 1% per month. And so far it's just short-term loans, so from 1 to 24 months. The project that I'm presenting to you today was actually born as a result of Bankera's participation in a hackathon organized by the European Commission. It was called EU versus Virus, and it took part in April and in May, and it was the largest hackathon organized ever. And we as Bankera, we participated in the digital finance category and presented the solution, and it won the category. Then we had some time to bring the product to life, and actually the product is live now. So if you know any businesses that would need financing, we very much welcome them to Bankera, and we'll see what we can do. And a very brief overview about us. So we're not just a startup. We've been in business for some time. We have a payments infrastructure because the main business of Bankera is providing payment services. We have a team of 100 plus members, and it includes, all the typical departments from IT, design, project management, and so on. And also we've been here for 7 years. So yeah, this is our solution, and I'll be happy to answer any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Justinas. That was a really interesting talk and a really important topic as well. I think we certainly have seen a similar situation in the UK with the amount of businesses needing to raise that extra money to keep going. So it's a really fantastic efforts. I will take you up on the offer of just one question before you go.
Sure.
So I'm really interested to understand, how many customers do you currently have? And how do you see this continuing to grow over the coming years as the pandemic starts to ease off or maybe comes to a second wave?
Yeah. Okay. So Bankera as a whole has, it's been operating for a longer time. So it has, both corporate and individual customers. With this new effort, we're starting very slowly because we don't want to get a lot of customers without having the proper system, the insurance in place, risk management procedures in place. So we're starting very slowly. I can't give you the exact numbers. We have interest, but of course, first we want to test it out in real environment, and then we can scale it, from Lithuania to other EU countries.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. Right, so now I would like to introduce to you from Scotland, the Scottish Tech Army.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Peter Jaco. I'm one of the co-founders of the Scottish Tech Army. We are a volunteer organization. We were founded actually 4 months ago this week. We launched on the 28th of April. I set up the Scottish Tech Army with my fellow Edinburgh-based entrepreneur, Alistair Forbes. We came up with this idea that during lockdown, there were a number of very talented people, all of them technologists, and other people that work in the IT area across the spectrum that for reasons beyond their control had either lost their job or were actually furloughed. And we felt that we could actually offer these people something meaningful to do and put their skills to use. And hence we came up with this idea called the Scottish Tech Army. I have a day job where I chair 2 tech companies. Alistair himself is also an entrepreneur and had also been a venture capitalist. One of the pro bono pieces of work that I do is actually advise the Scottish government on innovation and technology. So I sit as a board member for a group that's actually within the Scottish government's digital directive, which is called CivTech. CivTech will be known to many on this call through the CivTech Alliance. It's an organization that actually runs a GovTech program on behalf of the Scottish government. They're now on their 5th intake, and it's been very successful in generating hundreds of jobs and actually indeed getting very important early stage contracts from government to small companies. And that's something that very much appeals to me. So, and as I was a board member of CivTech, and Alistair and I pitched this idea to the CivTech management team and also the director of digital for the Scottish government, Colin Cook, Trish Quinn, and Mark Elliott, who runs the CivTech program, and also Alexander Holt, of course, was made aware of this idea, and they were very, very supportive. So from the early days, we've had a co-joined piece of work with that. We will do some project work with the Scottish government. We are a not-for-profit company, so we're not trying to compete with any other organization. But we also realized that we just couldn't rely on projects from the Scottish government. So when we set up the website, and everyone's welcome to look at the website and join, of course, it's scottishtecharmy.org. And we recruited for we made 2 calls. One was for volunteers, the other was for projects. And we have been humbled by the amount of people that have turned up on both sides. Right now, we've had nearly 1,200 volunteers come through, and we've actually in the process of either having delivered or delivering over 130 projects. Some of those, as I mentioned, are for the Scottish government. Many of those are for the Scottish third sector or charity sector. we've helped hundreds of charities, everything from access to websites or access to data within their networks, but also, very importantly, for them to reach out not just to their beneficiaries, but also their benefactors. So we've been helped charities digitize. And this is something that we're looking to do going forward. You know, we're 4 months post lockdown now and coming into very much into the recovery side of COVID, country by country. The situation is very different. Here in Scotland, of course, we've had some recent outbreaks, but also, you know, we are of a mindset that we must get back to work, hence the theme of this call today. And so what we're doing within the Scottish Tech Army to assist that is that we're going to be building a core team led by Alistair. I will step back to a board and strategic position. So I will no longer be operational, but Alistair, with a core group of 5 to 6 people, will run the control of the Scottish Tech Army. We will take on many volunteers that we already have, but also new volunteers. So if you're a recent graduate or you've come through a Code Plan training academy here in Scotland, you'd be very welcome to join the Scottish Tech Army and get real life project experience working on real projects, many of which will be in Scotland's charity sector. A big outcome for us is to help the volunteers with their digital skills development. So as the economy starts to recover, we can actually build up and get these people back into work as quickly as possible. The side benefit and side target of ours is to digitize as many of Scotland's charities as we can. So hence it's a dual win. We create the next generation of early stage Scottish technologists and give them experience, and we also help a sector which is under digitized and is poor at the moment with IT skills, particularly as the COVID-19 pandemic has cut back economic activity. So we're trying to very much join up Scotland. We're working with Scotland is the largest trade association. We're working very closely with Code Plan, the digital skills development agency, as I mentioned, and we're also working with Scottish Government and also many of the technology companies across Scotland. We're also in talks with Scottish Enterprise. So as I say, we're a volunteer organization. We'll take any help or advice we can, but it has been a remarkable experience and as to how to build a community during some very dark days. And this community will be enduring. And we believe once you're a member of the Scottish Tech Army, you never actually leave. So although we've seen hundreds of people come in and many people return to work, we celebrate everyone going back to work. We built a great network and a really supportive community. So as I say, if you want to know more, please join our website. You'll be directed to our Slack channel. And we're very open about how we operate in terms of our triage process and all the projects that we're running. So you can have a firsthand experience by looking at our website and materials. But I'd like to thank you for the invitation today and wish everyone well throughout the rest of the session. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. That was a really impressive talk. And really, fantastic numbers to see the amount of, volunteers and the number of projects. Just before I let you go, just maybe one quick question. Just like to really understand, from your experience, what advice would you like to give to, other organisations and other countries that, are inspired by what they've heard today and want to try and do something similar?
Yes, well, thanks very much for the question. We have been approached by numerous people. We're always happy to talk to people about how this has worked. And as I said, be very open in terms of sharing our processes. So if people want to adopt a similar sort of model, we think the Army happened in a very unusual space. Like Scotland is, as we know, a smallish country, 5 million plus people. The technology community is very much a village. You keep bumping into people at various events, so it's a very social and enterprising marketplace. But we think similar communities, of course, could happen elsewhere. And it is all about the strength of the community. As I say, we're not charging anyone for any of the projects we run. We also do not want to compete with people. And one of the big things we're trying to do now, of course, is set up spin-outs from the Scottish Tech Army, where people have gained experience. They're now trying to set up companies to service the third sector as well. So we're very engaged and happy to talk to anyone else about how we've helped to join up Scotland's community during this crisis.
Thank you very much. Right, so we'll move on to our next speaker now. So it's my pleasure to introduce from Estonia, Zelos.
Okay, hello from Estonia. I'm Johanna from Zelos, and we are tackling the problem of large-scale collaboration, how to delegate work to a lot of people in a world where most of us are freelancers or hourly contractors, and we're very likely to work remotely or from home, because this is where the future of work is going. Right now, about 32% of businesses are replacing full-time employees with contingent workers. Gig workers offer workforce management flexibility, and this is a very obvious cost-saving feature for us. And for a while already, this trend has obviously been towards this job hopping, short-term contracts, portfolio careers to both millennials and now also Generation Z. And the COVID crisis has really, really accelerated this process. So we're moving from job titles to skills and expert roles. We're moving from managers assigning jobs to people to transparent skill matching on marketplaces and platforms. We are moving from rewarding level and tenure for people to rewarding the outcomes and reputation of their work. So hashtag gig economy, hashtag contingent work is where we live in. And that is where we are building to support this brand new world, Zealous. This is a live task dispatch app where your team members subscribe to you and pick up work on a first come, first served basis. And this has been proven to be a really wonderful tool for quickly mobilizing communities and collectives during the COVID crisis. And I'd like to share with you a couple of case studies. So COVID Help in Estonia was a volunteering hub where people at risk could ask for help and volunteers could pick up these requests and go help them. Most of the requests on this platform were about contactless grocery deliveries, pharmacy visits, picking up parcels, and so forth. The project was registered on the platform during a hackathon, Hack the Crisis Estonia, and over the next 72 hours, there were 2,000 users who joined the platform to provide these services for people at risk in Estonia. And during the lockdown in Estonia, which was a couple of months this spring, the average request response time was much under 15 minutes. So the volunteers managed to react really, really quickly. So a few weeks later, we helped similar initiatives launch in multiple other countries worldwide. And here's two most successful instances that we've seen so far. There is Paliets Majas in Latvia. They're also dispatching volunteer support with daily runs for at-risk individuals. And there's Pitch In South Africa. They are crowdsourcing civilian help to help the NGOs in the area. But it seems that these collaboration mechanisms that work so well in community building and mutual aid, this can also be successfully used for managing teams for a for-profit environment. So I'd like to share a few examples of forward-looking companies that are already engaging their collaborators with our task dispatch on the Zealous platform. So here we go. Mina Mina. This is an initiative that started helping the Estonian farmers when the international workforce was blocked from entering the country during the lockdown. So they gathered a group of gig workers and dispatched them to strawberry farms on an hourly basis. Digimi Global, it's a content platform and they do a lot of digital marketing. And they run paid internship programs for the marketing department. Now in 2020, they have moved this fully online and they are using Zealous to distribute these deliverables to their interns. And as they also compensate them based on the deliverables, they keep track of this in the app. Võõrassõber, they provide occupational psychology sessions. And they are one of the very early adopters of Zealous, actually. They've used the app for already over a year to dispatch client requests to their network of collaborating psychologists. And the collaborators react very quickly on the app. They react on the notifications. And this allows the central office to confirm the session bookings to the client within minutes, not days and hours, minutes. At Zellos, we're excited to help companies react and adapt to this new world and these new ways of people management. So here's my email address for those who'd like to discuss some custom solutions. But it's also really easy to sign up for a free workspace on the Zellos website, getzellos.com. Zellos is a freemium service, so we're not charging projects that have under 500 users and use our generic apps. So thanks for the attention. Let's move on to a question.
Thank you, Johanna. That was another fantastic presentation and a really powerful tool. I look forward to investigating that a little bit later after this conference. One question I do have with you, I mean, you've gained, global expansion really rapidly. I just wondered, what is the biggest challenge you've faced as an organization sort of meeting this demand and working globally so quickly?
Well, scaling is always hard. So getting traction internationally in multiple markets is always a challenge. Not for us, for everyone who's trying to scale anything on a global scale. And as a startup, of course, our funds are limited, our networks are limited, but we see a lot of incoming requests, which proves us that there is a market for us. However, as I just said, this is pretty new for for-profit companies to do this kind of gig dispatch. As for years and years, it's been absolutely normal and standard to just have people sitting in the office. They are there whenever you need them. And now when we can't have that, the change that is rapidly happening, it's pretty tough. So for us, that also means a lot of education for our adopters, a lot of support that is needed there because, changing things is always hard.
Yeah, definitely a mindset change. So thank you very much for that. So right now we move on to our next presenter. So back to Lithuania, and I'd like to welcome Pard.app.
Hello, thank you for this opportunity. And I'm Lukas Gačius from Lithuania, and I'm communicator and manager of our social business Pard.app. So we started in March in Lithuania's hackathon, Hack the Crisis, which was aimed at all the problems that were caused by lockdown and quarantine. And the problem we tackled was that in Lithuania, 80,000 businesses were forced to close their doors, and being small brick and mortar shops, they have lost their main source of revenue. So a new way of generating income was needed. And digitalizing their businesses was tough, since creating a quality website for their business required knowledge, time, resources that many just don't yet have. Our sponsors, Enterprise Lithuania, launched a campaign with 100 people, and they helped more than 100 businesses to develop their e-shops and guide them in every step, setting up legal issues, payments, marketing, and more than 100 e-shops popped up in just a month. And we stepped up as well. We, in just a few days in Hackathon, created a website for vendors to simply upload their goods online and start selling. And it's very simple, actually. I can show you in just a few steps here, having my application. You should see my screen right about now. Yes, and here, I just take a picture of an item I want to sell, add details, description, the price, of course, how many you have, and post. And the item is up for sale. And you can manage your listings very comfortably. You can also manage your orders that you are receiving. These orders are coming from the website, and you can decline, accept them. Notifications are sent. You can also see what have you completed, and all that. So now we have 80 not 80,000. We have 80 businesses selling on our platform, and they are selling anything from soap, juices, herbal teas, to infrared saunas. So you can see the price range, of course, and the selection is very big. Okay, I'll stop presenting, and yeah. And after the lockdown, now we have now that the lockdown is over, we have a close to home website that helps our beloved small enterprises to increase their revenue, have a nice place to kickstart their e-commerce business, gain visibility. We became a welcoming and close to home website selling nurtured and cared for products. And currently we're working on more precise location visibility, shop promotion, planning to implement delivery service since we have interested parties. And also this month, we're launching our second marketing campaign to increase the customer flow. And yeah, we're open for partnerships, and we are fully open source. So if anyone wants to contribute in any way, it's very welcome. So yeah, that would be all for me. And if you have any questions, I'm ready to answer.
Thank you very much, Lucas. Great to see the product, and amazing, to get it ready so quickly. Guess really interested to understand, I guess, from a personal perspective, from what was the biggest thing that you learned trying to do this rapidly at pace?
Well, the biggest, of course, experience, most heartwarming experience that I had is the support that we gained. We got mentors, we got an accelerator program that is worth 15,000 euros, and we're still, and the accelerator just started. And Enterprise Lithuania, they helped us so much with legal. They set up us with lawyers and helped to set up all the necessary things around this shop that should make this project happen. So what I learned, that when in crisis, when something's bad happening, there's always very nice and generous and supportive and truly human-like people around us that can help us get through any bad things that could happen.
Fantastic, and really heartwarming to hear as well. I think we've seen that outpouring of resourcing, all around the world, and it's great to see, I guess, government working very closely with innovators like yourselves to make it all a success. So thank you very much. So now we move on to our final speaker of the day. So we go back to Scotland, and we'll be hearing from Vistalworks.
Hi, I'm Vicky. I have a foot in Scotland, and today a foot in Estonia. We originally set up Vistalworks in response to a Scottish Government CivTech challenge. The police and the tax board set a public innovation challenge asking if technology could help reduce the consumer demand for illegally traded goods online. And we found that a really interesting challenge. The team had background in risk scoring and data analytics, and we brought a really fresh approach to it. And as a result of working on that challenge for 3 months, we set up Vistalworks. We set that up back in 2019, in March of that year. And the proposition that we developed was this concept of, is the bargain that you're seeing really all it seems? Because there's a really high risk when consumers buy cheap or unknown products on online marketplaces. The products may never come and their credit details are stolen. The product may be harmful, or it may be smuggled, illegal, and otherwise dangerous. So we developed risk scoring technology to prevent and detect the online sale of either harmful or illicit, illegal products online. And the whole motivation for that has been to reduce both consumer demand and consumer exposure to harm, to help the police and trading standards and consumer protection agencies detect and prioritize online criminal sellers, because often what appears to be individual sellers actually have links to organized criminal gangs. And the point of this is so that countries and regions can prevent illicit trade online and protect their citizens. So we were working super well on that. Then COVID came along. And what happened was, as the legitimate economies contracted, as good law-abiding businesses found themselves in difficult positions and having to invest in protective equipment, maybe they'd lost their customers, the criminal market faced no such barriers. Everything went online overnight, from straight up drug dealing in the strongest drugs that you can find, through to online trading in illegal refrigerants and industrial products and pesticides. Overnight, online crime exploded. We saw, with a lot of work, our team worked for a month solid to update and release a whole swathe of consumer protection tools so that people could check before they bought. And we were particularly focused on things relating to COVID, like fake testing kits, fake antibiotics, masks, hand sanitizer, things that would really put people at harm if they used them, but maybe they were buying for the first time because they were afraid. And in just a couple of months during COVID, we had over 1 million consumers using our tools and checking before they bought. And 20% of the listings that they were checking were actually high risk. At the same time, at the back of that, we provided and we continue to provide our law enforcement agencies and tax and customs clients with an intelligence dashboard that lets them really zoom in on where the online crime is, and they can filter that by jurisdiction, language, business sector, and priority. What we've found is that illicit trade is a global problem. The biggest barrier to enforcing it is jurisdiction, so local or national borders. Criminals ignore those, but enforcement agencies have to follow them. We've actually found it easier to think global first, hence us having a foot in both the UK and Estonia, and actually to build our technology with the thought of how does this easily localize, how does this easily translate, how does this work in other currencies, because that's the nature of online illegal trade. So we were really lucky. We were a very experienced team we all just happened to be entrepreneurs in search of our next idea when this challenge came out. So it was brilliant to work on a GovTech project because it helped us find our next big idea. It gave us a little bit of safety and a few months structure to work on whether this idea was a viable business. We were able to prove to ourselves that it was a viable business, which meant that it de-risked it for us. We knew we had a paying client once we'd actually solved the problem. And yeah, right now we are working on selling this technology and customizing and localizing this technology for multiple governments across Europe. And we're also starting to work with industry sectors like the chemicals industry, the alcohol and food industries, crop protection, who are all really seeing their competitiveness and their market share impacted by illegal sellers. So thank you. Oh, yeah, some of the people that we're working with. And yes, happy to take any questions.
Thank you very much, Vicky. Great last presentation of the day to bring the session to a close. And I think also we'll all agree a really valuable product as well. I think we all need to make sure that what you pay for is what you actually get. So I look forward to hopefully using something like that in the future. You touched on it there at the end. I guess I'm really interested to ask you a question about the sort of feedback and response you have had from both the public and the private sector with regards to a new product like this.
Yes, I think the feedback has been really extremely positive. It has touched on a big international need, and I think that has been both the biggest challenge and the most exciting thing for us, is that very quickly, long before we would have planned to, we were having multi-country, multi-language inquiries. You know, the UK isn't necessarily known for its skills in localization, shall we say, which is one of the reasons, you know, I have a second office here in Tallinn. But the fact is, you know, a year in, we're working on this technology in Polish, in Romanian, you know, there's 3 other languages that we've got in development. And that global sense of the problem and global sense of opportunity has been incredible. And it's really what motivates me.
Thank you very much. So I guess as the session has now finished, I would just like to, you know, send my thanks on behalf of GovTech Week to all of you presenters for presenting today and giving up your valuable time to share your insights with us. And also thank you to the audience that joined us today via Zoom.
Welcome everyone to the International GovTech Day showroom in the face of crisis. My name is Barbara Mills. I lead on delivery for the CivTech programme, which is the Scottish Government's flagship innovation programme. And we are proud partners of GovTech Lab Lithuania through the CivTech Alliance. And I'm really pleased to be here hosting this discussion because my own experience of supporting a wide variety of different COVID-19 related projects was that really it was the impact of not just the disease itself, but the impact of the measures of lockdown that were so profound, and they were really manifested themselves in the community. And we started to see issues arising around issues such as mental health. How do we actually organize that huge potential for good in the volunteering, the desire for people to help and volunteer, but how do we actually organize that? And indeed, how do we tackle the issues, the really serious issues that come with the challenges of fake information and fake news, to use that term, circulating, which can be so incredibly unhelpful when clear, consistent communication was so critical to successfully managing our response. And so I'm really pleased to have people talking on all of those different areas as part of this showcase. We will proceed with introducing our first speakers, who are from Maneki.
Hello, hello.
And if you'd like to introduce yourself and we'll get started. Thanks.
Sure. So my name is Christina, and I'm working with communication in Maneki. And today I'm here with my colleague Alex. So we can say hello. And yeah, we can start present Maneki if we have we can, right? Okay, so let me just share my screen. Just a second. Right, okay. So Maneki, where small good deeds make a big difference in the lives of people in need. So the concept of Maneki started due to the existing mobility and social distancing problems that put many seniors in a tough place. And knowing that organizations of volunteers are supposed to take care of their everyday needs during this pandemic, it's not new that they don't have the capacity to manage all the requests of the senior citizens. Also, additionally to this, the volunteering organizations are losing volunteers because they're just burned out from the multiple calls every day. And in Maneki, we believe that volunteering can be less time-consuming and more efficient. And for this reason, we presented a platform that enables any person to make small good deeds and help people in need without committing to professional volunteering. So we created a platform which enables people who are in need and people who need help to register in one platform. So if you're a volunteer, you can open an application and see the map and see all the help requests. So depending on you, you can choose the help request and just choose it if you want to fulfill it. Also, if you're a person in need, you can put your help request directly to the platform. And probably you're wondering that not like most of the seniors have smartphones or computers. So in this case, organizations of volunteering are helping to us, and they're putting help requests instead of seniors directly to our platform. And in this case, Maneki creates a solution for volunteers. So with our platform, you don't have to be a trained volunteer. You don't have to take any commitments of volunteering. So you can just help senior or person in need who is just like in another house or near you. And also we're saving the trained volunteers who are getting multiple calls, so they can just choose the help request which they want to fulfill. Also, Maneki is a solution for the non-governmental organizations as well. So Maneki solution helps to forget about countless spreadsheets and back and forth calls to volunteers. Also with Maneki, the organization will be notified when the help request on a task is completed. So they will see the change status in their database. So with Maneki, organizations don't have to call to volunteer and ask if they have completed the help request. And here we can see some numbers. So knowing that in Lithuania, 30% of senior citizens live alone, Maneki solution enables people who are near or just their neighbors to help them and just to help them to fulfill their needs. Also, the non-governmental organizations can get up to 500 requests during the crisis, which the number is really high. So by automating their manual work, we can help with a bigger rise in the workload during the global pandemic. And moreover, over 20% of volunteers experience burnout. So just imagine getting 30 calls per day just for the help request. And even if you're volunteering, sooner or later, you just stop picking up the phone and probably decide to leave your non-governmental organization. So for Maneki future plans, of course, we continue helping senior citizens. For the future, we would like to add a financial function to our platform, which enables people to donate the money and just transfer money to a volunteer who will do the actual purchase and deliver it to the senior in need. So for example, it can be groceries or just small necessary things which seniors need. Also, we plan to add more trained volunteers to our platform that would allow us to provide transportation or other type of help for people with disabilities or unfortunate families with kids. And as well, we're planning to switch to sustainable social enterprises business model and air through corporate partnerships and satellite services. Here you can see Maneki team. We have a really multinational team, and also you can see our advisors, but I think the time is limited. So if you would like to check our team and our website, just go maneki.lt and check out for more. Thank you very much.
That's super. Thank you so much. Now we can maybe squeeze in a very, very brief question, but I do know we need to get on to the other presentations. And I was interested to hear you're interested in developing that functionality around the money transfer between individuals and the volunteers themselves, as we found exactly that issue came up in our discussions with our own volunteer groups and as a problem. In terms of the sort of security and side of things, how open did you find people were to adopting this solution, both in terms of individuals themselves, those senior citizens, and in terms of organizations? Did people have the capacity to change the way that they'd gone about things manually, maybe in the past, even, and were they open to using this solution, or was it something you found yourself struggling to get people to adopt?
Thank you for the question. Alex, would you like
to? Yeah, I'm here. Yes, well, the question is great and it's very wide. So let's do it this way. First, we are going to bring volunteers through organizations who are already working in them and optimize the communication a lot. Of course, in this case, we can validate the volunteers through either the organization itself, right? Because they know their teams. And the other very important part, it's like volunteer for an hour. So for instance, if I am on some store and I can do this small deed and I want to do it, of course, I have to validate myself, at least for the system, the most advanced level. For instance, for Lithuania, we have validation through Smart ID, which is like a governmental level of personality. So in this case, if I am not validated myself, at least for the system, I won't be able to receive any kind of personal information about the requests.
Okay, yeah. Okay, super. So that gives you a framework against which though to be able to validate people. That's great.
It's one of the things, yes, and we are going to grow through different representatives from the countries. And of course, each country can have its own validation for the volunteers.
Yeah, and in terms of adoption of the solution by organizations, how have you found, how willing are people, the NGOs, and how many have you got using the solution?
This is the main point. They're struggling to optimize their current communication because they use everything they can. And usually the best case scenario is a list of spreadsheets, like a Google spreadsheet, right? And then set of phones and paper. And it creates a huge, huge fuss because people don't know where they are. What about geo factor here? What about the availability for this period of time? So our main goal here is to, on one point, optimize this communication, and another one, bring more people with available time and willing to help.
Yeah, well, that's really interesting. Thank you so much for your presentation.
One more thing, we are really going to add a messenger chatbot sort of that can solve almost the same problem. And we also add this moderation part, and we are going to help right now Belarusian situation because there is plenty of volunteers, plenty of people who would like to help, but there is also huge danger of governmental bad possible case of governmental interception or provocation. So we are trying to create this validation, including what you are saying, from the both sides right now in using our solution plus a secure communication system existing on the market.
Okay, well, they're really fascinating. And it looks like you've got huge plans there and very clear plans for how to deploy it kind of in the post immediate COVID lockdown, because obviously we're not through this situation yet, are we? Well, thank you very much to the Maneki team there. Now we're going to move on to our next presenter. From Estonia, we have VAB, V-A-A-B. And
yes, hello.
Hello, hi there. Great, so would you like to introduce yourself and then proceed then with your presentation?
Yes, surely. So hello everyone, my name is Neveli from VAB, Estonia, and I will share my screen with you. Great. So VAB is a medical volunteer management database, and today I will talk more what is VAB and why is it important to drive towards digital public solutions such as this service. So the problem that VAB tackles is that healthcare organizations are in desperate need of medical volunteer resources, especially in a crisis time as such. So they lack a database to find people with suitable competences. Searching, contacting, and checking the availability of volunteers is very time consuming. So VAB is a secure medical volunteer management database that tackles this problem. And how it works is actually very simple. So a medical professional can sign up at the database. If there is a situation in hospital where there is a huge lack of staff, such as nurses, or some professional is ill, then they can search from the database people with suitable competences and send them a call to action. Volunteers who were selected through the database get the call to action and they either just accept it or decline it. And then automatically the hospital crisis managers or staff leaders have an overview of every one of the volunteers that are available to accept the call and come and help. So how is VAB different? Well, first of all, yes, it saves time. So the communication is two-way. Leaders can state what is the situation, why they need the volunteers' help, and volunteers can also state if they would like to come, which is very, very important because just calling 25 volunteers can take 2 to 3 hours of time. And by the end of those calls, you don't even know exactly who is available and who is not. It's secure, so it's not a spreadsheet that is usually used for volunteer management. It is GDPR compliant and information is kept in a secure database. It's a knowledge base across the country. So across Estonia, we know by each county how many human volunteer resources we have. And there is no learning curve. So we use communication channels that people are very used to. So if you're a volunteer who is 65 years old or 25 years old, you know what is email or what is a text message, you can usually use it. So there is no, so it's very easy to scale it. Martin Kadai from Estonian Health Board has also said that VAB, the advantage of using VAB is that the manager saves a huge amount of time in a crisis situation, which would otherwise spent searching for and calling suitable people. At a critical moment where every minute is counted, he can already deal with the following urgent issues. So VAB in numbers, we currently have 1,500 medical professionals and mental health specialists. We have saved 100+ hours of valuable time with just 16 call to actions. And there is an unknown amount of hours that we have saved by creating this cross-Estonian medical volunteer database. This is how we started out. 16th of March 2020, Hack the Crisis, very popular, now a very popular hackathon format. VAB 1.0 was built in about 10 hours of time, and most of it was actually not hard coding, but service design. In 2 weeks of time, we had about 800+ medical volunteers in the database, and we already had some of the Estonian biggest hospitals working with us. To this day, we have helped Estonian Health Board, Estonian Social Insurance Board, Psychiatric Association, and all of the biggest COVID-19 areas in Estonia. We work very closely with the government, with ministries. And this is our beautiful team. In everyday work, we also seek for solutions to very critical problems. We have Andres and Pep, who are very cool and good front-end and systems engineers. We have Denise, who is a product developer. Maret is a B2B communications expert. I'm the team manager and service designer. So the practice that we got during the crisis showed that physical item reserves are important, but the fast access to accurate information can be as important. And what we believe in is that governments should use existing data to create services that help to add value. It's not about gathering data or creating databases, but services such as VAB. And this is something that will eliminate the amount of time professionals in a crisis situation have to put into manual work. And this is very important because there is so many human decision-making times that we need crisis leaders to be there and not use the time that they have for manual work. So limiting that through this kind of clever but very easy small services adds a lot of value. And information age is something where it's very important for governments to recognize that and work towards that goal very, very clearly. We are very open to collaboration and to sharing our experience to other governments as well about this time that we lived with DevOps during the crisis. So you can always contact us or reach out to us. We are very friendly and we're welcome to share our knowledge. So thank you. I'm Neveli from Bob.
Thank you, Neveli. That was fantastic. And again, another really interesting example there. I do, again, would like to squeeze in a very quick question. And I have got one myself, which is, you mentioned the fact that this is saving numbers of hours in terms of the ability to be able to get people into place quickly. How do you see this working outside of that crisis? Do you see a place for this solution outside of a crisis situation? And if so, have you done much thinking around how to articulate some of that really valuable, that you say it's hugely valuable time that people are able to get back if they're not bogged down in the manual administration of tasks that can be completed much more efficiently when you have access to the data? Do you have any reflections on that at all?
Yes, well, the calling to volunteers and checking the availability, which is like one of the biggest issues we are tackling, it's quite the same in different industries. If you think volunteer rescuers, for instance, people who search for lost people, and volunteer police, and I don't know, bigger NGOs, it's quite the same. So we do see that it can help in different industries, and we have been testing it out also with NGOs. So yes, surely it can be scalable in industries, in countries. It's pretty simple to use for the volunteers, and even simpler for the ones who create this kind of a database.
Great. And maybe time for, does anybody else have any quick, very brief questions?
If not, you're always welcome to write to us.
Yeah, great. Well, thank you very much again for your presentation. With that, we will be moving on. If you could bear with me one moment. we will be moving on to the next presenter, who is from Scotland, and Michael McTiernan from Voxio is here to talk to us about AliChat. And we're moving the agenda now on from the focus on volunteers to look at the issues around mental health and some really innovative solutions that have been developed in response to that. And I won't deny this particular proposition is obviously close to my own heart, being developed here in Scotland. And with that, over to you, Michael, to talk more about your AliChat product.
I'm Michael McTiernan. I'm the CEO of Voxio, and I'm a novice at Zoom. So we responded to a challenge from young people, and what they were asking was, how can we start talking about mental health, and how can we do it in a way that reduces the stigma? Because the challenge is young people don't talk about their mental health issues, and quite often they don't know where to go to get information. And one of the main reasons they don't talk about mental health is they fear being judged by their friends and peers. And so they're not eager to go to the existing services that exist. And all that is happening whilst over the last 10 years in Scotland, suicide rates amongst young people have doubled. And the waiting times to see a medical professional through the health service are at a minimum of 18 weeks. Whilst at the same time, we know that young people, that most mental health issues happen or become prevalent when people are young. Putting on top of that, COVID comes along. All of a sudden, the schools are closed. The exams that people were going to sit have been stopped. The support that they have around them at school is gone. The routine they have around them from going to school is gone. The social life has disappeared. They can't see their friends play sport or take part in activities, and they're concerned about their health and others. And that just makes it makes the situation with mental health worse. And I'm convinced that we'll be feeling the effects of COVID-19 in terms of mental health for years to come. So our response to this request to start talking about mental health was to create AliChat. It's about early intervention. It's like a trusted friend, helping young people to understand that they have a mental health, how it affects them, and giving them tools to build their resilience. It's delivered through conversations of text, images, and animations, working on key subjects like stress, anxiety, and sleep. And it's available on apps on Android and iOS. It's driven through artificial intelligence. So what we're doing is using natural language understanding to create conversations with the young people, understanding their inputs and making sense of them and delivering them the content in the format that suits them, using their preferences and previous information they put in, whilst all the time listening and checking to see if the young person is saying something that would worry us and maybe point to them being in need or in danger and requiring to be referred to a different service. I think the most important thing about this service is it was co-created with young people and in a meaningful way. So the young people helped with the discovery, with understanding the needs that they saw that they wanted to be solved, in the design of AliChat itself. But importantly, they were the management, if you like, the management team of the project. They signed off on the invoices that we received as a company. And they were very clear as well about what they expected and how they wanted things to be delivered. 80% of young people that we surveyed used Instagram or Snapchat more than once a day. They wanted to see things in text images, and they wanted to be in a voice which was relevant to them. We worked with other partners, of course, in education, health, and we brought our own technical abilities. And we were lucky to benefit from volunteers in something called the Scottish Tech Army, which is people who were unable to work because of the COVID-19 crisis, but wanted to support projects like ours. So what was the response to our product, AliChat? Well, 87% of young people found it easy to use, and 85% would recommend it to their friends. So it's a work in progress, but but the response so far is good. So what have we learned from all this? User engagement is the most important thing. We could create the best mental health content in the world, but if it doesn't engage young people, it really isn't worth doing. And engaging young people is one of the most difficult things to do. Secondly, government is slow. We're a startup, so we move really fast and respond as quickly as we can. But working with government can be really slow. You know, a response can take a week or 2 weeks or a month. And so it's easy to get held up. And the third one is AI conversations are hard. It would be nice to think that we've solved the conversational AI problem, that we're going to have, you know, general conversational AIs that can answer any question for us. But making engaging conversations whilst delivering critical information is still a difficult problem. So where from now? Well, funding and revenue, looking at grants, investment, but obviously sales and how can we be self-sustaining. Product development, continue to develop the content, and looking at how natural language generation can now allow us to create even more engaging conversations. And looking at new markets, so young people in the workplace as well as in education, and geographic markets in different countries. Whilst all the time, what we're doing is we're on a mission to give young people a safe space to talk about their mental health, and in the process, make the world a happier place.
Great.
Thank you. Oops, I'm stopping sharing.
Sorry. Oh, thanks. Thanks, Michael. Thanks for that presentation. Now, obviously, you and I have worked together previously on AliChat. So, and I was interested particularly in your points in terms of user engagement there, because I think it's obviously critical to a solution focused on mental health, but how one goes about engaging with users during a crisis might be something interesting to reflect on. But I'm also conscious of not just extending conversations we've had previously. So maybe, does anybody else have a question here at all for Michael? I'll try again, see if anybody's got anything. Please just shout out if you do. Apologies, I've not got the comments visible. Nope. Okay.
So your question, there's a real challenge because a lot of services, if you think about Facebook or Amazon or Instagram, any of the services you think of as being quite sticky, they can quite often use quite unethical ways of keeping us engaged. So for us, a real question was, how do we create ethical stickiness? How do we do things in a way which is engaging, but without maybe using some of the underhand tricks that some of the mainstream services use? And really, there's two things. One is providing information that people want, but providing it in a way for young people that is accessible to them. So not pathologizing and talking about really complex and scary things, but talking about relevant things in their lives. And one of the most important things in that was using their voices. So understanding how they want it to be said, or using, in our animations, using young people, not just to voice the animations, but to rewrite the scripts that we'd written in a way that they felt was appropriate.
Great, super. And did you find during the crisis period where we've done face-to-face and user engagement, etc. How has it been during the period where actually that making contact, reaching out to users, actually being able to engage with users? Has there been challenges around that, or have you found that straightforward enough in terms of being able to move it to a digital format?
I mean, it's different. It's difficult in terms of dealing with stakeholders more than with young people. I think the best, the one good thing, maybe not the one, like one of the good things to come out of this is people take mental health more seriously now, and they're a little bit more open because everybody Like everybody recognizes that, well, this is my living room and this is my office and this is my flat and I'm here all the time. That can't be good for my mental health. So we're all kind of accepting of that now. So it makes having a conversation which starts with mental health is important much easier for users and stakeholders.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, well, thank you, Michael, for that presentation. We're going to move on to our next presentation, also focused on the mental health space. And this is from Lithuania. We have Act on Crisis. Could I have the speaker from Act on Crisis?
Yeah, hey, nice meeting you.
Hello. Very nice for you to be able to join us. Thank you very much. Would you be able to introduce yourself and start your presentation?
Sure. So let me start sharing my screen then. Can you see it? Okay, I see Barbara nodding, so I hope it works. Tell me if not. So nice to meet you all. I'm Eva. I'm the founder and CEO of Act on Crisis, a mental gym for emotional hygiene. So this year, due to COVID-19, I celebrated my birthday alone. And even with my background in psychology, seeing all those growing numbers resulted in this panic attack. It's not the first time in my life, but I wasn't really comfortable talking about it. But apparently I'm not alone in this. So according to plenty of studies that I investigated, emotional imbalance results to a lower productivity to many of us. Harvard found even prior to the pandemic that 50% of my generation leaves jobs due to anxiety and burnout. And to organizations, each person that is unproductive or leaves costs heavily depending on a position. Also, Deloitte noticed that mental health, good mental health pays off. So organizations who are investing in mental health tend to have 2 times bigger return of investment. So it really pays off to everyone, organizations, individuals, and the society itself. So having in mind this COVID-19, when 3 billion people were under lockdown, and we saw growing numbers of anxieties and even suicides, it's a good time for us to start talking about it. At the same time, I say that this time kind of opened up the space for us to start talking about it and say that sometimes we are not okay and being okay with not being okay. At the same time, when discussing sensitive topics, we naturally want to feel safe and anonymous. Therefore, I believe that mental hygiene must be taken care by outside independent professional and become a routine, like going to a gym or brushing your teeth. So the same way we train our bodies, we should train our minds, no matter how fit we are at that moment. So during the pandemic, during the hackathon, which happened in Lithuania, well, actually it happened online in March, together with a team, we created Act on Crisis, this mental gym, where people can identify their current state. They can train their mind individually with breathing exercises. They can train in groups, in community chat rooms guarded by professionals, or have a safe dialogue with a psychologist. And based on gathered data, predict and prevent emotional imbalance in the future. And at this moment, we are starting to work with organizations where we also provide exclusive access to our professionals depending on organizational needs. We provide personalized community rooms, topics depending on, again, organizational tendencies or organization needs. We have monthly reports and insights based on anonymous and aggregated data that we gather. We provide educational content internally for organizations, members of organizations, and also we provide mindful organization status in our PR campaigns. So we see a global interest in mental health rising heavily this year. At the same time, organizations, various in public and private sector, are already investing and wish to invest more and more into mental health. So this trend really shows the potential for everyone to start caring individually and on the global level for their mental health. Unlike our competitors, Act on Crisis, we provide this personalized yet multifunctional solution for organizations as objective external partner. We are first to do so in Europe. We are GDPR compliant, and we strongly value anonymity and safety for the single user. We work only with certified psychologists in native language. After winning the second place at the Global Hack from more than 15,000 participants, we've been recognized internationally. And therefore, in these 5 months, we reached over 2,000 users, almost 2,000 followers, growing organically in social media. We work with 14 psychologists in 3 languages. Our app is currently in English and Lithuanian. We partnered up with mental health and HR associations. And currently we are in discussions and starting to work with 7 organizations in public and private sectors. Our team has a background in psychology, mental health, communications, HR, and tech. We are connected from few countries. We also have plenty of volunteers. And we are supported by heads of our partnering organizations working in mental health, data science, and mental health tech sectors. So together with Act on Crisis, we invite all to identify their current state, train their mind in the most suitable way for them, and prevent emotional imbalance in the future. That's it.
Great, thank you so much. Again, another really interesting presentation and a different focus there from the point of view of, we've seen an initial presentation focused on the mental health and engaging with the mental health of young people. And I see your product is very much placed and focused around the engaging with organizations and their employees. In terms of how you identified, and you've mentioned this just over a 5-month period that you've had this huge progress. In terms of how you identified where you focused, could you tell me a little bit about, have you always had an intention of focusing on those employees, or was the initial brief wider? How did you decide the user group that you focused on with this? Because mental health is obviously an issue which affects various different types of potential users of a product. So I'm interested to hear about that.
Yeah, so we started as a project for a weekend, like a hackathon project, where we connected with 8 professionals first and few mental health organizations. And first, it was meant to be a platform to connect volunteering psychologists with people experiencing some sort of like emotional imbalance, any type. And after winning the hackathon and then moving forward, we started to receive bookings. It was like 11 bookings, 11 consultations per day from various countries. And we saw a great potential for focusing on the individual itself. But they were so different that it was really hard for us to also focus what can we do with the limited resources that we have. So this basically shaped us into making a decision with whom we start working first. And this is where we called for partnerships with organizations, and meantime developed other features around, because we want to be this multifunctional, like in a gym, you have your private way of training your muscle, then you have how you call it, like group classes.
Yeah.
So this is the chat rooms that we have for group classes, and then you have this personal trainer where you can have your personal growth. So we started discussing with organizations what we could do together to focus more on how to build this with the limited resources. At the same time, we wanted to scale in a way that it would scale in chunks, because people are influencing one another. And when it comes to our cultural background in Eastern Europe, for many, it's still stigmatized. Mental health is related to being sick, not normal, and therefore resisting any type of support, no matter how fit we are. So this is where we came to the conclusion that we should work with groups and basically change the mindset towards mental health by working with influencing people within the organization and having the whole mental health internal communication that we currently have with organizations. And it's not only with employees. We are starting to work with one of our public sector representatives, where we will also focus on a municipality level specific groups. So it's not necessarily employees, but basically we are open for partnerships with various types of organizations, because we can adapt based on like their needs or their target with those extra community rooms. Yeah.
And have you observed any particular characteristics or trends? Because to create there's many digital products that are where the user experience is going to be consistent across national boundaries. Have you experienced anything in relation to this product being focused on mental health? Is there are there particular attitudes? You mentioned the cultural biases, etc., and the stigma. Are you observing things that influence the development of the product on the basis of maybe those types of cultural embedded behaviors and attitudes? Or are you finding that there is a consistency of how people are experienced, but particularly under these circumstances? Is there consistency across those national and maybe cultural boundaries that are maybe not nationally prescribed?
Yeah, so when we started, it was much like our user base was much more global. So the tendency was that people were actually going through all different features that we got. But now we are focusing more on Eastern Europe, where we see the tendency that people, majority enjoys coming to chats to read them, but not necessarily provide the content. And the step towards individual consultation is much, much harder. Like it takes longer for them to make a decision. So yeah, there are some tendencies, but at the same time, comparing COVID first burst and now when we are expecting the second one, but we are kind of already know what this is about, I'm hesitant to make conclusions from it, honestly. Like I think it's like two different times that we are comparing. So I guess we'll see in time when times will be more stable, so we can see changes.
Okay, well, thank you very much for your presentation. So that kind of concludes two very different approaches on looking at the impacts of mental health in the community. What we're going to move on to now is a project that is looking at verifying content on the published on the internet, really trying to tackle the issue of misinformation. So could I have from Fake Hunter, the presenter from Fake Hunter, would you be able to say hello, introduce yourself?
Yes, hello everyone. So at the beginning, I just want to say that we don't have a typical presentation. So I'll say a few words about the background of our solution and about the stats. And after that, Mateusz will show the workflow of our solution and provide you through it. So my name is Tomasz, and with me is, as I mentioned, with me is Mateusz, who is our tech lead, and we are representing a DuaK company whose mission is to help people or Earth through life-changing software services. And today we would like to present your solution, which has been created in cooperation with Amazon and Objectivity to fight against fake news. The project was realized as a part of DOK's pro bono activities to develop fully working open source solutions. And our clients were the Polish Press Agency and the Ministry of Digitization on behalf of the Office of the Prime Minister of Poland. A few stats for the beginning. A lot of people across the globe are worried about the reliability of coronavirus and pandemic information. According to the 2020 Edelman Trust Barometer Specialist Report, 74% of respondents are afraid that there's a lot of false information spread about the virus and pandemic. And for 45%, it's been challenging to find reliable and trustworthy information. Media and governments had trust challenges going into the crisis. More people believe data from employees rather government website or media website, and 51% for traditional media. And what is even more interesting, over 1/3 people say they will never believe social media if it were the only place they had seen the information. Current and often automatic information is being spun, twisted, recontextualized, or reworked. And to avoid this situation, we've decided to act and create a solution that supports verifying the correctness of the information published online. The client has noticed the need to develop a tool that will help in the fight against fake news. Fake Hunter solves a problem by providing the community with verifying information, eliminating untrustworthy resources, reducing anxiety and tensions, and strengthening trust between government and citizens. And now I will let Mateusz present our solution and tell us something more about it.
Yeah, hi. I'm here to show you how the core functionality of our solution works. So let's say we are someone who spots information and we don't know if it's true or not. Then with Fake Hunters browser extension, we can easily select the uncertain part of some information spotted in social media, for example. And by providing some additional informations like email and some comment from us, we can send a request to our tool for fact check. And then those requests are shown in the admin panel on the list of submissions. At this point, fact checkers can verify news. They have access not only to selected content, but also URL to news and screenshot for more context. And community fact checkers, as well as experts, verify submissions by choosing if it's true, fake news, or if it's unverifiable for now. They have to provide substantiation and sources for their choice. And then after this, after news is verified, the person who requested fact checking got an email with link to detailed report. It looks like this. There are sources, a lot of text for substantiation of this verdict. And all fact checks are also available on list. So there is like more than 500 of fact checks already in this app, and that's all from core functionality. There are more like features for moderators, admins, but this is like the first one and the core functionality of this tool.
Yeah, thank you, Mateusz. And at the end, we already finished the development of mobile apps that have been provided within a cross-platform solution by using the React Native. And you can currently download it on Google Play or iStore and use it to report any fake news you find on the internet. Furthermore, we are on our way to start developing a multilingual extension to let the Polish press agency reach a wider audience. And that's it. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Tomas. Thank you. Yeah, really another aspect of this whole situation, which I think everybody's seen globally. We've certainly had very profound impact from misinformation, particularly actually recently in the UK, as messages start to become more nuanced as well, and you have local different requirements, maybe around different, in the UK we have local restrictions that differ in different areas. So as a principle, this sort of ability to be able to understand where fake news, where misinformation might be popping up is critical. Can I ask, in terms of how you go about doing the fact-checking process, that's done by members of your community and professionals, you said. How do you go about sourcing those, and how many of them might look at review, and what's the relationship between them and your tool?
Yeah, so all users on the internet can join the Society of Fact Checkers because the Polish Press Agency has their own experts, and they always verify the checked information. So even if you are a user from the internet, you want to join to the fake news team, and you will check some fact, and you will provide there some statement, then even if you are making the perfect job, it will be checked by the expert from the Polish Press Agency. So that makes them have a 100% confidence that the published information is correct.
Okay, thank you. And how many actual sort of submissions have you had into the platform so far? What sort of volumes of reports and things are you finding?
I think Mateusz should have this knowledge because he is the technical guy, so he has.
I would say we don't have numbers as it. I know that there is more than 500 of checked submissions, but how much like requests of fact checking was there? I don't know, because we have possibility to mark some of submissions as spam, as duplicates, etc. So there is a lot of like there is a lot of items in our list in this panel, but there is not like obvious the scale of it.
Yeah. Okay. Oh well. But there's 500 that you've around the 500 mark that you've already actually verified.
Yeah.
So that's great.
That's the number which is like which is shown on portal with this final reports.
Yeah, great. Okay, well, thank you very much, chaps, for that that presentation, and it brings to a conclusion this this showroom on the community in the face of the crisis. And I think, you know, it's a well-used trope at the moment, but it is a truism as well, that whilst the circumstances have been hugely challenging, in a crisis, they do say there is opportunity. And if we were to look at the different areas that we've covered in this showroom, we've always had a need to be able to connect volunteers with organizations. We've always had a need to be more aware of mental health, and that has been a theme that has internationally been growing of importance. And the issue of misinformation and fake news, these are all things that have been a thread of different priorities for countries across the world, probably. So I really do commend all of you, because what you've done under these current challenging circumstances is take that opportunity that the crisis has presented, and hopefully we will find a way through this of being able to address some of these challenges, which are really difficult challenges to address. So yeah, you definitely have my respect, both for the huge amount that you have achieved in such a short period of time, and for the progress that you've made on tackling such complex issues, which regardless of the COVID crisis, we do need to be able to tackle as society. So thank you for your presentations, and thank you for your time, and best of luck.
So good afternoon, everybody. My name's Carol Sinclair. I'm an Associate Director in Public Health Scotland, and I've been working closely with CivTech in Scotland, a GovTech set up for a number of years as well. So I'm delighted to be here this afternoon. This is your afternoon, not mine. And in fact, it might not even be an afternoon, because we're actually going to be sharing this far and wide. So just as I've done, you shouldn't do. Please don't make anything time sensitive. So welcome. There are a number of questions I might pose to you between presentations, depending on time's going. Please try and stick within your times. And I would, okay, let me move on to the ultraviolet radiation respiratory masks project. Our colleagues in Lithuania are going to be sharing that with us. And I would like you to share your slides, please.
Yep, good. Do you see them?
Thank you. Off you go.
Yeah, okay, so it's good to start the whole session. I'm happy to do that. So my name is, I'm the CEO of UVRESO, the Ultraviolet Respiratory Solutions. And you might already ask, who are we? And so we, first of all, are a team of experts in ultraviolet safety solutions who are driven by desire to solve viral bacterial safety issues globally. We started from COVID-19, but who knows what else is coming. And also there are many other safety issues to tackle. So we're going to be aiming at that as well. And also, at the same time, we are a corporate enterprise which seeks to provide maximum efficiency antiviral bacterial cleaning solutions across the globe by using the immense power of UV radiation, which is known to be able to destroy almost 100% of viruses and bacteria. So this is one of the pictures taken
already after the lockdown when we managed to meet. So looking at our timeline, we began as soon as Lithuania enacted quarantine. During the Hack Crisis hackathon, we assembled a team of engineers and social science experts, and we were one of the finalists, one of the winners of Hack Crisis, with an idea to develop a mask that would filter the exhaled air so that no virus particles would leave an infected or potentially infected person's body. So we also afterwards applied for financing from MITA called Innostartas, and by May the 13th, we managed to receive that funding and immediately started working on our prototype. We've already developed the lamp phase, and now we are finalizing the mask part of the prototype. And following on, we'll have to do a lot of testings. But in essence, the work is progressing and we are on our track. So you may ask, how does our technology work? So it's quite simple. The ultraviolet radiation is of the length of 275 nanometers, is known to destroy up to 99.99% of virus particles. And we are going to be employing this ultraviolet technique on, first of all, the exhaled air, but we are thinking of doing that for the inhaled air as well, but that will depend on the testing and also what the testing will show about the negative effects of ultraviolet radiation, which is first of all the skin damage, which we all know about, and also the potential ozone emissions, which happen at lower lengths of UV light radiation. So what happens after the mask? We have been doing some planning, and of course we're not going to be staying just with the mask. So we have three big types of areas that we are going to be looking into penetrating. So it's surface cleaning, border cleaning, and air cleaning. These are all potential business areas that we might try to enter. For definitely, we are going to enter the air cleaning sector with our masks, but also one of the newest projects there we are going to be aiming at are going to be transport tents. So what are the next steps for our business? So first of all, it's going to be a fully operational ultraviolet mask development. So now we have to finalize the mask that I've told you about and move to testing phase. At the same time, we will be testing and assembling other kinds of ultraviolet cleaning systems and offering them to the Baltic market, which we feel is left out from these kinds of systems right now. And also we are finalizing cooperation with Visoro Technologijų Parkas for further research and development projects. Immediately, we are going to be trying to attract venture capital in order to scale up our operations and sales. And looking into more long-term perspective, we will have to do a lot of certification work before we can introduce the mask to the market. And in the very long term, it's more of a vision, is that we want to become a global production or assembly company of ultraviolet safety solutions. So these are some of our main partners that we already have since the beginning of our startup. We're happy with all of them, and hopefully this list will just expand. So the last message I would like to convey is that we are actually looking for medical tech and medical device certification specialists to join us. So if you are one of those, let us know. Otherwise, let's get in touch and see what we can do together. Thank you.
Thank you. That was extremely interesting and a fascinating innovation. to bring to partners and the market. I would like just to ask what interest you've had already from the private or public sector in your product, and at what point that interest occurred.
Yeah, so from private side, we had dealings with Intersurgical, one of the main companies producing masks right now. So we are in close touch with them. And from the public side, I maybe haven't mentioned that this funding that we received from MITA is actually from Lithuanian government. So it's governmental program, and I think it's related to European Union. So in fact, we are on our good track on that side as well. But in the timeline that I showed you, there is a point that we are going to be looking into further European and Lithuanian funding opportunities.
Excellent. It's good to hear real interest and progress, and I wish you well. And thank you for your time. And I would like to now invite Polish colleagues to share their presentation on Protego Safe.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Anthony Reito. I am the Deputy Director of GovTech Polska, which is the cross-ministerial task force in the Prime Minister's Office of Poland. We work on basically everything related to digital policy, strategic digital initiatives, innovation, basically everything which sort of has this vibe of something new being done in government. We try to be interested around this. And one of the projects that we have taken special care of throughout the pandemic is the contact tracing, the national contact tracing app, Protego Safe, which is splendid. So technology works. So yeah, let's get back to normal with the apps. So of course, obviously infections and pandemics is something which has accompanied us for centuries. They've caused untold losses in both lives and property, and has captivated the minds, scientific minds of countless generations. This is the first time really when we can take concrete actions and actually sort of combat them in a different way than we used to before. Basically for centuries, we used to put leeches or lead blood or employ some other mechanisms and quarantine people, which we're still doing to this point in time. But this is probably the first global pandemic when we can actually do something differently, when we can put technology to work. And this is what we try to do with the contact tracing app. For those of you who are unfamiliar with the concept, basically think of this as an electronic diary. When you walk around a city or the place where you live, you meet several people. Usually, our estimates say that about dozens each day. Most of them you don't know. So whenever it turns out that you indeed are infected, you're confirmed to be a COVID-19 positive, you can probably recall about 5 names of people you've met, but you won't be able to recall people who are just as susceptible to infection, but whom you just do not know. So what the app does is it creates an anonymous mechanism for sharing the information about the encounter between 2 phones, not 2 people. We have no idea of who the person is. All we know as the government is how many times the app has been downloaded. I'll talk about privacy at length at a later point. So the point being, you are able to, whenever it turns out that indeed you are COVID-19 positive, you're able to inform people around you that they were very likely exposed to a COVID-19 positive person, which probably means they should take care of their health, get themselves tested, and make sure that they're not continuing the infection chain. Those apps have been hugely popular across Europe. Poland is one of the first countries in the world to launch one, which of course wasn't exactly stressless, but we obviously do not regret anything. And the idea, since then, obviously several countries have implemented their own versions of the app. We're trying to keep them compatible. But the general principle is pretty much the same. Ranging from country to country, there's some differences, but they're usually minuscule. Germany has their own. Italy, the UK has also announced that they will be basing their app on sort of a similar model to the one we're going forward with. So there's a very strong community amongst European nations to utilize this technology for the benefit of humanity. We're also working with the European Commission to make sure that these apps are interoperable, which means that if I meet a Lithuanian person with a Lithuanian app, then I will get the warning, and the other person will also get the warning if I turn out to be the one who's ill. So there's generally sort of this is sort of a pan-European project, which we're one of the first countries to sort of go down that route, but we're very happy to see that so many others are doing the same. One thing I need to really stress about such projects, this is probably, quite certainly actually, the largest open source project the Polish government has ever launched in history. Sort of from start to end, we really cared about transparency, and I think this has sort of yielded its benefits. 5 main things to think about: obviously, privacy, sort of everything that touches the sensitive data points will always come under public scrutiny. We have made sure that we, as the government, know literally nothing about who downloaded the app, who met whom. Who obviously who did what with the information they gained from the app. We have tried to entirely separate ourselves from this data for the very purpose of making sure that they, there's no sort of suspicion of abuse on this front. We, at the same point, obviously, security and making sure that all those hardware and software points are safe, so that we can safely recommend to the general public, which is especially important because this is the general aim of those applications, and which obviously remains the goal for most of the continent, is to have about half of the adult population download the app, which means this will be an extremely sort of popular and extremely ubiquitous solution, which of course sort of places the bar very high in terms of security. Obviously, consensuality. I've heard voices of some individuals who would say that, yeah, this is really mandatory, right? I should be forced to tell everyone that, inform them confidentially of all that are being infected, but we decided not to go down this route. The app is entirely voluntary. People can download this, people cannot download this. We want to persuade, not force. And I think this this does and will yield dividends in the future. And finally, the last thing I really want to emphasize is that the effectiveness of the app is dependent on the trust people have in this technology. And we really sort of try to step up on this mark. We really try to build a fully transparent project from start to finish to sort of show everyone what we're doing, what we want to do, what we're planning, what we do not want to do, and what we promise we will not do. To set up verification mechanisms, to really emphasize all those points of dialogue with the community. And I think sort of the biggest lesson from this experience, for us at least, and hopefully for others who might think of going down a similar route, is that those technologies, I think it does matter how you conduct software projects. It does matter how open you choose to be with what you're doing. It does matter who you choose to be your partner of implementation. It also does matter very much sort of how informed do you keep the public with the purpose, the limitations, plans, and goals. And I think sort of.
So I'm just going to stop you there, if I may, because actually you very nicely answered the question I was going to ask you about lessons learned. So you've overrun a little bit, so I won't ask any further questions because, as I say, that was my question. Lessons learned is a key element of innovation. So thank you so much I very much enjoyed your presentation. And interestingly, I'm involved in similar work in Scotland if you want to chat.
Obviously, I'll be glad to.
Thank you. Can I invite, just to check, are our Welsh colleagues on the call yet?
She is, yes, finally. Sorry about that. Okay, so my name's Linda Jones, and I'm the Spree Centre manager based in the lovely North Wales. And I'm going to talk to you very quickly today about an ambulance project that we undertook during COVID-19. But before I tell you about it, I just want to thought it might be a little bit helpful to tell you about what SBRI is and our role as the Spree Centre. So SBRI stands for the Small Business Research Initiative, and it's a government scheme which helps us as public sector bodies use pre-commercial procurement. So it helps us to be able to really stimulate innovation. It's a government scheme, and it allows us to work with businesses to undertake R&D. So where there's no commercially available solution available on the market for us to buy, but what it also enables us to do is to be able to build something potentially just from an idea. So we get something at the end that's really fit for purpose, which is great for us. So the Spree Centre is focused solely on health. So I work for a health board, Betsy Cadwallader University Health Board in North Wales. So what we do is we go into the health sector and talk to them about where their problems lie and their unmet needs. And then once we've done that, we'll work with them to get funding from Welsh Government and other organisations to help them do the SBRI process. So we can either project manage that for them, we can actually support and mentor them to do project manage their own SBRI. We also do training and we help businesses and public sector bodies do bid writing support as well. But this is what I'm here to talk to you about. So what we did is when COVID-19 hit, we were thinking about how we could help our colleagues in health during the pandemic. And what the ambulance service told us was that it can take them anything from 45 minutes to 2 hours to clean an ambulance when somebody that potentially had COVID or had COVID was in the back of there. It's not just the cleaning time, but it's the time it also took them to go to specialist cleaning stations. So we had a chat with them and decided, yeah, this is the way we wanted to go. So we did a real cross-sector collaboration. It was a collaboration between us from the Spree Centre, colleagues from across Welsh Government, the Defence and Security Accelerator, which is part of the Ministry of Defence, and obviously WAST, which is the Welsh Ambulance. So we put a call out to industry and it went out just for a week. And in that week, we had a really great response. We had 219 applications that were received. And of those then, in a couple of days, we reviewed 164, which, to be honest, in a couple of days was no mean feat. It was sort of everybody getting together to review them. And of those then, we funded 12 via health. We then tested 11 of those with a specialist team. It's called the Defence Science and Technology Laboratories, which is part of the Ministry of Defence. And what they did for us in terms of research and development, checked that the decontaminants used were effective enough to kill the virus, but also effective enough that it cleaned in all the nooks and the crannies to make sure that the ambulance was of a really clean standard. We did all that in 5 weeks, which was absolutely brilliant. It was the first of its kind in the UK. This process usually takes us up to a year and a half. So it really was sort of weekend workings, but it was really worth the effort. And then of those, all those technologies then 2 have been taken forward for further evaluation. And John from Green Tech Global's on the call, so he's going to talk to you very quickly about their solution and the benefits. But very quickly, there was some really key benefits to this challenge. We managed to reduce the time it takes to clean an ambulance by 86%, which is a huge undertaking, but also the cost of cleaning an ambulance by 82%. And we looked at some statistics, and at the height of the epidemic or the pandemic, 331.5 hours were spent cleaning ambulances. But if we'd have had these solutions in place over that month period, it would have reduced that time to 46 hours, which is massive. And what we've also found is, because these are technologies rather than humans cleaning the ambulances, we can get a really gold standard of cleaning that we're confident that everywhere's cleaned, and it's to a really high standard. So if it's okay, just this last slide, I'd like to pass over to John from Green Tech Global. John, are you there to talk through this for them?
I am, Linda. Can you hear?
1 minute, John, I'm afraid. So you're going to have to be quick.
Okay. Right. So firstly, SBRI enabled companies like us with interesting technologies to reach out to subject matter experts to give the technology the credibility that it needed for something like the ambulance service. So we have a portable fogging system that basically a nozzle is located within the ambulance. The system's fully automated from outside, and within a 12-minute period of fogging and then dwell time is able to sanitize every surface within the ambulance. And this was proven by the indicators they used located in 22 different places within the ambulance. And the key thing is that the ambulance can be returned to service so quickly because we used stabilized electrolyzed water, which doesn't leave any kind of nasty residue. It's safe to return to the atmosphere, and is safe for the ambulance staff to open the doors of the ambulance, the fog disperses, and they are able to enter back into the ambulance. And it's a really, really quick, effective method of doing it. And the benefit of going through SBRI and the data that was gathered, it's enabled us to reach out to many, many other sectors that all suffer from the same problem. So whilst it was a huge benefit from the ambulance service, it also enabled us to give clarity and credibility to carrying out a similar service in coaches, in trains, hotel rooms, dentists, and any place that has got a turnover of people and a potential risk of COVID-19.
Thank you, John. The first thing that occurs to me as you're speaking is that you're pivoting whilst doing a live project. You're already thinking ahead to where are your other markets. Is that part of a growth strategy for your company, that you do that pivoting at pace?
Yes.
That's a good answer. Yes.
Yeah, the key. Well, the key to it is data. One of the biggest problems we've seen in the whole hygiene market, not just in the UK but in Europe, is people with false claims about efficacy, credibility, EN accreditations. And so for us, this project has really fast-tracked the ability to be able to deliver that proof of efficacy and that credibility.
I can absolutely understand that, because data is at the heart of everything. That is my world. Thank you, Linda and John. I'm going to invite you to stop sharing your screen now. And I would like to invite our Polish colleagues again. COVID genomics, if you'd like to start sharing your screen, please. If Linda stops sharing.
Some people may think that the pandemic is almost over. The borders are being opened, restrictions are being removed. But the most important problem that is still keeping us from living normally remains is the problem of SARS-CoV-2 mutations. As we all know, viruses mutate. Because of this, every year there is a completely different flu vaccine. We, as COVID Genomics, decided to tackle this problem comprehensively. Let's start with the topic of genomic tests for COVID-19, that is RT-PCR tests. To effectively assess the current stage of the pandemic, we should have accurate data about the number of infected and recovered people. So how does the genomic test work? The test searches for a specific genomic sequence in a genetic sample collected from a patient. If the virus mutates anywhere in this sequence, the disease may not be recognized. Additionally, we should develop these sequences taking into account other coronavirus sequences so that false positives do not occur. To overcome these problems, we developed an online tool to verify the efficacy of RT-PCR tests. Our machine learning model has over 90% accuracy and sensitivity. That is much better than any described in literature. Best model available on currently has just 70% accuracy and sensitivity, and it doesn't even analyze big data. In our online tool, any laboratory can input the sequences that they are looking for in a test so that they could analyze how these regions have mutated in the SARS-CoV-2 virus. Additionally, we check if the same sequences exist in genomes of other viruses to estimate the specificity of the test. Here you can see an example outcome of our tool. Because of the lockdown, viruses are mutating differently in various parts of the world, so one test will not be ideal everywhere. On the photo, you can see an analysis of one of the tests recommended by WHO, which is efficient in most of the countries, but in Portugal, the sensitivity is less than 40%. That's why it is crucial to verify the tests so that they suit the exact region and country, and not just use the most popular ones. We also collage these sequences with the genomic data from other coronaviruses, so the test doesn't come out as a false positive. This is especially important in order to unfreeze parts of the economy and not waste time and resources put into further diagnostics of curing patients that are in fact healthy. After developing our RT-PCR COVID analyzer, we plan to generalize the model in order to apply it to other viruses mutating rapidly, mainly HIV, after the pandemic. In the near future, we will develop several other products to help laboratories all around the world in constructing vaccines and other COVID-19 therapies. Our next model, which we already started to develop, will predict the evolutionary trajectory of the virus mutation. Based on machine learning and stochastic modeling, it will have much greater accuracy than the currently used models. This approach is essential so the new treatments and vaccines for disease do not target regions in the genome which are beginning to be more and more mutated. We'll also build a model to calculate optimal peptides for mRNA vaccines. The choice which peptide to use greatly influences the effectiveness of the vaccine. With such a model based on big data, we'll be able to boost up the production of any vaccine, saving costs in parallel. Our third system that we are planning right now will be used to answer the question, if I was infected by SARS-CoV-2 and recovered, what is the probability that I will be resistant to the mutated strain next year? It can be used to model vaccines and therapies in a better way, but also to make much more accurate epidemiological models and predict the possibility of a second pandemic wave. Our business model is based on SaaS solution for B2B clients using subscription services. At the beginning, we'll use 90-day trial in order to build recognition in the industry and to convince laboratories and pharmaceutical companies of our credibility. We have already won several hackathons and competitions, main ones being European EU versus Virus, Hack the Crisis, and Researchathon organized by the University of Stanford. Moreover, we managed to establish numerous collaborations with, for example, Data Institute Center, which is supplying us with servers to compute on, individual investors, and GovTech Poland. Additionally, with universities in Poland and abroad. Project was created by students from Poland. That's me, Piotr Grzegorczyk, studying mathematics, Grzegorz Prajbisz, studying medicine and mathematics, and Piotr Styczyński, studying computer science. In our team, we also have several interdisciplinary mentors talented in multiple disciplines ranging from virology to machine learning and mathematics. Our investors help us with business modeling and financial projections. We currently mainly need contacts to laboratories and pharmaceutical companies in order to develop our products with them and better understand their needs. Thank you for attention, and I will be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you so much. It was a fascinating presentation. So much to understand about genomics and the power of genomics. You're a very young company. What are your aspirations for the next year to embed your company into a clear market?
So we already incorporated our company, and next year I think we'll have polished our current RT-PCR analyzing model to the final stage, because currently it's in the beta stage. Also, I think we'll be somewhere in the middle of modeling our mutation prediction model. And we already are working with several laboratories in Poland and few abroad. And we are also talking with startups and also bigger pharma companies in order to help them develop vaccines and treatments. So I hope that next year we'll be able to already save some lives by helping other laboratories and companies.
I share your ambition. Thank you for your time today.
Thank you very much.
I wish you well, as do I to everybody presenting today. So thank you. I'm going to invite colleagues from Estonia now to share their screen.
Hi, can you hear me well? All right, hi, my name is Sten from Team Mask, a startup from Estonia. So once the crisis hit, we started looking for the ways how we can help the Estonian government managing the crisis. And we soon learned that the government has no data about the stock and demand of personal protective equipment. Without this data, it was difficult for them to make new procurements as well as distribute the new procurements among the public sector institutions. So we created a system, Mask, a system to collect the demand and stock data on PPE along with the distribution tool. It was implemented on the government level in April 2020 and is today used by over 300 institutions in Estonia, including all the hospitals. So these public sector institutions are on a weekly basis reporting their stock and demand data on PPE to the crisis response team, who's then making decisions on the new procurements. Basically, how the system works is that the system collects data from the institutions, analyzes it, and visualizes it in a way that makes it efficient for the decision makers to make decisions on the new procurements, as well as distributions over the new procurements, or redistributing the stock between the institutions. So these are some views of the form that the institutions are filling in on a weekly basis about the stock, demand, and incoming shipments. And these are the views for the crisis response team to see what is the situation with PPE within the country and where they need to action and how soon and what would be the most crucial actions. So once we had created this platform, we realized that the even greater problem is related to sourcing of PPE, sourcing quality PPE, as the demand has increased heavily for PPE, but the market is full of new suppliers that are producing low quality or even fake products. So, and moreover, even though there are suppliers, the quality suppliers on the market, it's very difficult to verify if these suppliers are selling what they are telling about the product. So the way how we're solving this problem is creating a platform to connect PPE buyers with verified suppliers. In collaboration with the Estonian National Health Board and technical authorities, we created a verification tool to verify the documentation and the products of PPE. And we are pooling the demand to make sure that the smaller institutions would be able to procure as well. As the public sector institutions are supported by the government to source PPE, our platform focus today is on businesses and private enterprises, especially on those that need to use PPE to operate on a daily basis, such as private clinics, private hospitals, manufacturing companies, and cleaning companies. So this is how the platform looks like. You fill in what you require, the quantities, you get the listing of the verified suppliers, and you just make the purchase easy as that. And briefly about the team as well. The team is very diversified, different backgrounds. Before the crisis started, we worked in very different industries. I was based in Beijing working on governmental affairs. Kurt, that is taking care of the product, is based in Washington, DC with pharma. Oliver, who's taking care of the software, has been working in London at TransferWise for the past 5 years, and Maria is taking care of the marketing. And yes, the next steps were just expanding globally to help more and more PP buyers to get the verified products. Thank you.
Thank you very much. PPE was and is a crucial part of the response to COVID. What do you consider the most important element of your solution that is offering the value add that was missing? What was the one thing? Was it data collection, data visualization, and what is your USP, your unique proposition in that space?
Yeah, I mean, in terms of for the government, for the crisis response teams, in order to make decisions on procurements and distribution, they need to have the data. Otherwise, they don't know when they have to order, what they have to order, and once they receive the new order, they don't know how to distribute it. Or even sometimes they don't have to make new procurements, they can redistribute between the institutions. Without the data, it's impossible. And because previously the governments didn't have a need for such system, these sort of systems were not implemented. Or the ERP systems in public sector institutions and hospitals did not communicate with each other. So suddenly they need to have had this data and there were no systems. So yeah, we realized it's a problem, fixed it, and it has been in use since April until hope it's going to be helpful in future as well.
Thank you very much. Another fine example of data at the heart of innovation. Thank you for your time today. Wish you well. And I'm now going to invite Scottish colleagues to talk about a wrist-worn device to warn about proximity, another proximity solution.
I hope you're seeing my screen okay. My name is Jackie McLaughlin with a company named GovTech. We're an Edinburgh-based company in Scotland. So I'm here today to talk to you about how we essentially repurposed or enhanced an existing product in order to help with social distancing management and contact tracing in the wake of the pandemic. A little bit of history on the company. We're not a startup. We actually originated in 2001 from Edinburgh University and became specialists in health sensor monitoring, particularly in the area of people being exposed to vibration while at work. And it's that product that we've now turned into the social distancing application. So at this point in time, our technology is quite widespread. So that ability to enhance the existing offering meant that we actually could rapidly facilitate a lot of available devices in the marketplace. So essentially there are two critical elements to our system. There's a device which we call a hardware. It's worn on the wrist. It's the size of a smartwatch. And it's basically that device detecting distances between other devices that's collecting the key data. But equally as important to that device is we have a hosted analytics platform which essentially gets that data from that device in a fairly automated manner, which means that the employers very readily can access quickly and efficiently information on who's been in close proximity to each other and how long those close proximity events are happening for. Our system is very much aimed at the workplace environment. So individuals don't own a device, they're electronically allocated the device when they come into work. So it's about trying to ensure that there's a controlled environment within the workplace that allows an employer to know with certainty that they can track their employees during the working day. There is a third piece to the system, which is a device which we call Razor. And really, that's, if you like, almost a bells and whistles addition to the whole system, because what it allows you to do is to gather the data from the device within the working day rather than waiting to next day. Without the Razor device, it's the hardware being returned to its charging station, which gets the data to the hosted analytics. So as I say, the key piece of the technology in terms of detection is the wrist-worn device. It detects based on signal strength, how close two individuals may be to each other. The fact that the device is worn on the wrist, we think, has a lot of advantages, because devices relying on radio technologies, those signals can be blocked by the body. You can also have situations where you get false readings from radio signals because they actually pass through things that you don't expect them to. But the wrist-worn aspect of this device really does help us make sure that you have a good radius of detection. In terms of the aspects of the real life, in terms of how people are working, since we deployed the system, which we did mid-May, we then started to find the real environment means that there are occasions when people do have to work together. So for these applications, you can cohort the workers. So we still gather the data on how often they are in contact with each other, but they don't receive the alerts between each other, but they do receive alerts between anybody outside of their cohort. Another feature that was added to the system is quite often people are able to put in physical barriers to help protect people from transmission of germs. But those physical barriers can allow radio signals to move between. So these are the instances where you might get false detections. So in this situation, the device can tag on to what we call a safe zone. And in doing that, we switch off all detection because the person is deemed to be in a safe position. At the end of the day, what it's all about is ensuring that we have data. The data, as we believe it with this sort of application, has two significant applications. One is to give data in a manner that allows people to design a safer work environment. So we analyze the data in terms of the frequency and severity of the proximity. We can break it down into different groups of people, and that allows you to then trend and manage essentially if your workplace controls are effective in terms of bringing this amount of contact time to as low as reasonably practical. And then the other side of it is the contact tracing. So from a contact tracing point of view, we can very rapidly determine who has been in contact with other individuals. We can also look at it from a time of day perspective, which again allows an element of looking at work practices and how they can be changed. All of the data is managed under strict compliance with GDPR, which for instance does mean for the contact tracing, the data is not kept for a period longer than the purpose that it may have. So in a configurable manner, you can choose that period of time, but at the end of the period of time, it will be automatically deleted. And that preserves sensitive info, or preserves people's liberty, if you like, of having information that is being kept for no particular purpose. So that brings me to the end of the presentation. In summary, it's a repurposed system, which means it's very much a system that's already proven and known to be reliable in the work environment. It personally alerts the individual so that they can manage their own social distance behaviour. There's GDPR compliant data records that allows an employer or managers to better manage the social distance behaviour in the workplace, but also to contact trace when needed if there are any events. It's a simple system to implement at a workplace. There is no wiring, there's no networks to be connected to. It's essentially a plug and play type solution. but it's also part of a longer term application potentially for this type of technology, not only in proximity management, in this case in detecting or protecting people from the transmission of virus or germs. You can also use it for looking at the proximity to dangerous things such as heavy vehicles. So that
Can I just say, that's you, yes, thank you very, very much. Again, a very important aspect of the new normal for people working during a pandemic. If there's a single question I would ask you is, what do you believe as a company was the most important thing to you to allow you to pivot into this new space with a confident and effective solution?
I think it was about market testing the idea adequately to understand that people could see the value in technology for a workplace problem that you can argue can be solved by very manual means, whether it's marshals or signage. But it's the market testing that allowed us to be confident that the market could see the benefits of technology for this application.
Thank you very much. It's a deep and helpful insight that you've offered as a more mature company for today's presentations. Can I thank everybody? I've greatly enjoyed each and every one of your presentations. You've given me something to think about from each of them in my own role in Scotland. And I hope I might be able to continue some conversations going forward. And I do hope that the sharing of this work through this GovTech opportunity will reap great rewards for all of you. So thank you again. And as I've said before, I wish you well in your endeavours.
Thank you everyone for tuning in for the International GovTech Day and for the whole GovTech Week. It's been our pleasure to bring you experts from around the world to share their insights and ideas about GovTech. Over the week, we covered a number of topics from building climate startups to effect of digital tools on activism. We hope that the keynote discussions and fireside chats inspired you to contribute to innovative public sector or build tech for good solutions. If it did, today is actually the last day to submit your idea for one of 10 GovTech challenges. So please go to govtechlab.lt to check them out. We hope to see you again soon, and please follow GovTech Lab Lithuania on social media for any other upcoming events.